Nesou se, abychom nestratili svobodu, kterou nám před 30 lety otevřeli. Jak obnovit naděje roku 1989. Přijďte na konferenci Fórum 2000.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first working day of the 23rd Forum 2000 conference. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. As you are all well aware, the topic this year, perhaps inevitably, is recovering the promise of 1989. The conference will take stock and critically evaluate the 3 decades since historic changes in 1989, which Timothy Garton Ash recently called the best year in history. But we also would like to look at how 1989 is relevant today and how similar historic changes can still take place, how that happens, and what can we learn from it. Only last year, the Forum 2000 conference participants issued a petition that was concerned about backsliding of democracy in Moldova. The rule of law in that country was declining, space for free media was narrowing, and pressure on civil society was growing. Moldova was a captured state, suffering endemic corruption and abuse of power. However, Moldova's society and its democratic forces have proven more resilient than was perhaps anticipated. Today, Moldova has a new government and an opportunity for a fresh start in its efforts to join the European family of nations. What are the challenges and lessons in achieving change 30 years after 1989? How can Moldova be an inspiration for others? It is therefore a great privilege to welcome here today the Prime Minister of Moldova, Ms. Maia Sandu. Ms. Maia Sandu is spearheading the efforts for change in that country. She's an economist, former Minister of Education, and also a former presidential candidate. She used to work as an advisor to the Executive Director of the World Bank and for the Ministry of Economy of Moldova. She graduated from the Harvard University. Her new government, that is composed of the surprising coalition of the pro-European ACUM group and the pro-Russia Socialist Party, was formed in June after months of political deadlock that followed inconclusive parliamentary elections in February. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Maia Sandu.
Thank you very much. Good morning. The last decade has not been kind to democracy promoters around the world, and the last few years have been particularly dire. Despite the historical legacy of 1989, Europe is not immune to democratic backslidings. Yet, I'm proud to say that just like in 1989, Eastern Europe is at the forefront of the battle for democracy and is leading the way in defending democratic freedoms. My country is a case in point. Despite disillusionment with democratic transition, constant struggle with economic corruption, and endless battle to escape poverty, Moldovan citizens, just like our good friends and neighbors from Ukraine, Armenia, and Georgia, have never given up on democracy, even if at times the fight seemed lost. The courage and determination of Moldovan citizens to demand basic democratic freedoms and to reject the state capture imposed on them by a handful of plunderers is admirable. Moreover, it gives hope to others in the region and beyond that democracy is not just an ideal, but a product of hard work and dedication. In 1989, Francis Fukuyama announced the end of history. But for a small Soviet Republic, Moldova, history was only beginning. My personal story was quite telling of the times. In the autumn of 1989, I left my parents' house and moved to Chisinau, where, as a first-year student, I became part of a new, bustling world. Change could be felt everywhere. Perestroika unleashed immense energy and created hope for a rapid break with the past. Decades-long fear of standing up for real beliefs and national values, along with the habits of compliance, were fading away despite repressions. People were meeting, self-organizing, discussing things that were unthinkable a decade ago, adopting resolutions, demanding freedoms and respect for national values, protesting and making plans for the future. The regime's opposition to these developments could not stop us. We were discovering firsthand what freedom and democracy mean. Today, I want to pay my deep respect to Moldova's independence movement, to a generation of Moldova's idealistic intellectuals who laid the foundation for a new Moldova in the 80s and 90s through their personal sacrifice against the oppressive regime. My entire public career is part of this idealistic movement. The Autumn of Nations, Solidarity, and Lech Walesa, Václav Havel, the popular fronts in the Baltic states, and the Chain of Freedom have made a profound impact on us, those who were longing for a future where we would be free. To me and my fellow countrymen, the dissolution of the Soviet Union was not the geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. It was exactly the opposite, the beginning of a brighter, better, free future for our country. Establishing democracy and freedom would not happen quickly and easily, and Moldova would have a lot of backslidings. But from that time, democracy and fundamental freedoms have become the key standards which would guide our future strategies and struggles. On the last summer day of 1989, we won a key victory over the communist regime. We obtained the right to use the Latin script, the Latin alphabet, and we took up again our road back to Europe, back to our spiritual home. 1 year later, we declared our independence. We were optimistic and confident about the future. Moldova faced a task of reinventing itself to become a modern market economy, and we expected that democracy and freedom would take root fast. We were mistaken. Our society was too divided along geopolitical lines, our historical wounds were too deep, and authoritarian proclivities were too ingrained for a quick, happy end. Soon after independence, the war in Transnistria occurred. We had no prior history of independence and statehood to build on. We had difficult historical, national, political, and social settings. We had no tradition of public administration, and we inherited a Soviet public administration system with institutional inefficiencies, excessive control, and lack of accountability. The economy collapsed, and by 1999, 72% of people fell under the poverty line. As economic opportunities shrank, Moldovans began to leave the country in search for more stable sources of income abroad. Even though in the first 10 years of independence, we managed to secure important democratic freedoms, the economic disaster and the high social costs of transition brought the Communist Party back to power in 2001. Difficult economic realities prevailed. The Communist Party promised to turn back the clock. Moldova's economy picked up and poverty indicators improved, but democracy was pushed back. An oppressive state that emerged under the Communist Party was permitted by monopolies. Hidden from public view, tycoons built up their power and wealth, monopolized import and export markets, and populated the public administration system with the people personally loyal to them in order to extract rent from their control over the government. The past decade started with the revolution of the young people against the communist state. They were fighting for the same values that we fought for in the early 90s, democracy, freedom, and a path towards the European Union. The government that emerged at the time promised to combat corruption and transform the judiciary, the police, and the prosecution into rule-based institutions functioning with integrity and public trust. The opposite happened. The gains from that revolution of the young were quickly privatized by oligarchic groups which used the momentum to get rid of the communist regime and capture the state themselves. The young people, some of whom were tortured during the events of April 2009, started to lose hope and were leaving the country. Corruption became embedded in public institutions, especially in law enforcement, the judicial system, and the public service. The elite opposed any reforms of the political system that served their own interests. In 2015, when the entire world found out that government institutions, including the National Bank, were complicit when around 12% of the country's GDP was stolen in a massive banking fraud, Moldovans took to the streets again to demand better governance and punishment for those involved in high-level corruption. But politicians once again managed to divide and disband the protests by playing on geopolitical differences. What followed was the darkest period in Moldova's history, with fear and despair overwhelming Moldova's society. We ended up with a captured state in which government institutions persecuted political opponents and extracted illegal revenue from the government. Moldova's democracy index fell to a hybrid regime for the first time in its independent history. The EU froze its assistance programs to Moldova. Defending democratic processes and institutions became difficult and dangerous. Politics went underground. Criminal cases against political activists and their supporters, prosecutions from the law enforcement, and relentless propaganda became the norm. We fought for democracy again, and in this fight for democracy, we again relied on our 1989 generation. The generation that made independence possible continues to be the most active part of our society and the most courageous one. The regime that was running Moldova in the last 4 years fell. It fell because the Moldovan people, regardless of the language they speak, regardless of the ethnicity and political preferences, have all come to value free speech, the freedom of assembly, and the freedom to pursue their calling in life. The people living in Moldova will no longer tolerate oppressive regimes which take away their freedoms. This has become an axiom in Moldova's politics, and all those who have tried to create an oppressive state that would take away these freedoms failed. The new parliamentary majority is a very unlikely coalition of parties that have different geopolitical agendas. We do not hide our differences. But this experience proves that even those who use the nostalgia for the old times to get to power do not like to live under oppressive regimes. My government has a very clear agenda. We want to clean up the state and bring democracy back to Moldova. We want politics to be conducted out in the open. We want people to vote not out of the fear of persecution, but because of their political convictions and the programs that political parties offer. In just 3 months, political life in Moldova is flourishing. All those who were underground under the Plahotniuc regime are now back to active public life, free to pursue alternative programs and make political offers. This is one of our most fundamental achievements. Nevertheless, today we face a very difficult task. We need to restore people's trust in the state and in basic fundamental justice. We need to bring to justice those who robbed the state, to show to everyone that you can't rob the country or capture the state with impunity. We need to create a different, cleaner judiciary and strong anti-corruption institutions. We have launched far-reaching reforms in these areas and are planning to vet all judges and prosecutors in the country. People in the system who got used to gaining illegal revenues from their high offices put up fierce resistance, but we will break up the power of corrupt officials and launch a direct assault against corruption across a broad spectrum of public services. We need to clean up tax and customs services, government-owned enterprises, traffic police, universities, healthcare, and municipal and local governments. We are breaking down illegal monopolies to remove fraudulent schemes which extract illegal revenues and enrich a few at the expense of the many. We are gradually stopping smuggling, which damages the economy of Moldova, Ukraine, and even the European Union. And I want to use this occasion to call on the Ukrainian government, our strategic partner, to help us re-establish control over our sovereign border, especially on its Transnistrian segment. This is a matter of national security for us, just as re-establishing control over its border is a matter of national security for Ukraine. We fight to have clean political parties, because government corruption starts with corruption within political parties. We need to promote and support free press, badly damaged over the past several years. And we need to involve and use the potential and contribution of our diaspora, who have accumulated knowledge and experience that is so necessary to Moldova. Moldova has a long way to go. Unlike the Baltic states and Eastern Central European countries, who have clearly proclaimed that their future is in the European Union and pursued this goal with vigor and conviction, building on their prior history of public administration and statehood, we have taken too many detours, have gotten lost in too many side streets. And even though my government has made EU integration the cornerstone of our policy, we cannot be sure which way things will turn out. But one thing I know for sure: it is not longer possible to squeeze the people living in Moldova back into the past and to run them through an oppressive regime. People will resist and overthrow those who try. Moldova can only live and function as a democracy. It can no longer function as an authoritarian state. In conclusion, I would like to share some of the lessons learned from our transition. First, development must be owned and driven by responsible elites in the country. Foreign aid will not be effective if the government hasn't clearly established its priorities and is not genuinely committed to key reforms. But development partners should be quick enough to recognize the champions of the reforms and to have flexible mechanisms to support them when the opportunity arises. Second, corruption, bad governance, lack of the rule of law and of functional institutions could lead to authoritarian governments. It is banal, but institutions are key. Establishing strong, functional institutions, especially justice, law enforcement, and anti-corruption, is a goal that we have failed to achieve, and we are now paying the price for this failure. Today, this is our priority goal. Third, freedom and democracy are vital, but people's economic well-being is also fundamental. Unless a government delivers on economic development that benefits a large number of people, do not be surprised if they vote for authoritarian leaders who promise quick fixes, and they always fail, of course. In these 30 years, we have learned that democracy is very fragile. You build it through a lot of work and dedication. It means real sacrifice. In the last few years, for example, it meant for some Moldovan journalists working for very small pay, under tremendous pressure, and sometimes even working for free. It meant for us establishing a political party which survived on an annual budget of just 25,000 euros and which was based exclusively on voluntary work. It meant to have courage to continue when activists were threatened with criminal files. Democracy is constant struggle. Democracy must be conquered. Democracy must be defended, and democracy must be built day by day. This is the key lesson of the 1989 for us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And I would like now to ask Jacques Rupnik to invite his panel to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Pořadí se změnilo. Vidím, že máme začít tedy zdejšími. Já vím. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to welcome you to another meeting of the Prague Forum 2000. When Václav Havel launched this gathering more than 20 years ago, he didn't want it to be an academic discussion. He didn't want it to be a discussion of just current affairs. He was hoping that this would be a meeting place for people from different parts of the world who were coming from different walks of life, could be intellectuals, politicians, professionals, and who would take a step back from the day-to-day traffic of news, the tyranny of the present, so to speak, to look back and try to give their view about some of the key issues, their key interpretation about which way the current developments are going. He had two main topics, two main themes that he was addressing. One was a dialogue of civilizations in a context of globalization. That is one theme, and in fact last night, of course, we heard something related to that from one of our panelists. And the second, very close, of course, closely identified with this person, was a question of democracy and human rights. And that was the legacy of 1989, and 1989 showed how quickly dictatorships can collapse, and the enormous hopes that were raised at the time. Now, 30 years after, I need not tell to Czechs here, but I think it's true for the whole region, the mood is not exactly one of celebration, and we will discuss, therefore, the state of democracy today and some of the assumptions on which we were discussing, 20 years ago about the way democracy, 1989 was supposed to be the matrix from which democracy would spread internationally. So the contrast between today and the regression, the 1989 and today, that is one theme. I remember we used to have panels about the third wave of democracy. Now I see in the program the third wave of authoritarian change. Well, that sums it up, so to speak. Yeah. And the second assumption is that the new democracies would find a safe anchor in the liberal democracies of the West, and that this was the way democracy promotion, as it was called, would operate, that the spread, the continuous spread, the diffusion. Well, how about diffusion when liberal democracy and the liberal rules-based international order is being questioned or challenged in some of the long-established liberal democracies? So that is one of the issues we can discuss here, how to account for the contrast, for this reversal, call it how you wish, what are the explanatory hypotheses, and of course, what are the possibilities of democratic change today? We have just heard that this is not a linear process, that this is a day-to-day long-distance run. Okay, so this is, I think, very important reminder for those who want a quick fix. We have little time, and therefore I will not inflict on you my own readings about these questions, but I will first introduce the panelists, and I will not, you have the program, I will not give their biographies, you can read them, but I thought it may be good, since we are in Prague 30 years after the Velvet Revolution, to start with the home team, so to speak, to see the situation from here, and then extend to a view, if that is fine with you. I will first start with Šimon Pánek, because he's an 89er. You know, some of the people think I'm a 68er, if I have to define. Okay, you are 89er. That's a great privilege to be able 30 years after to reflect. He was one of the student leaders of the time. He has founded one of the most, I think, flourishing NGOs involved not just in this region, but worldwide in promoting human rights. So you have been an activist in '89. I think you may want to look at, and then we will come to the 2019 generation, and that will be your turn after. So the view from Prague 30 years after.
Well, thank you. You still look very good for 68, by the way, Jack. But, well, what I remember is that our image of what we want was very vague. We wanted freedom, we wanted free market economy, we wanted open borders, freedom of speech, association, respect to human rights. But I think one of the problems was that we were not aware that under the relatively well-functioning Western European democracy, to make it simple, under the freedom and free market, there is plenty of very important, more subtle things, including strong rule of law, regulations, solidarity, redistribution of the wealth, inclusiveness, and we just had a feeling that freedom and free market will solve everything. And I was 22, so there is an excuse that I was relatively young. But I would say I was very stupid and naive, hoping that the most of people will behave and decide in order of public good, in order of better future. And unfortunately, good part of them decide for their own good instead of public good. And so 90s, the first 10 years were on one side a fascinating time when everything was possible. When we started with People in Need, the NGO which I'm leading now, with aid to the different post-communist conflicts which pop up after the fall of communism, because it was like a pressure cooker, and including the tensions among the groups, religions, states which were under the lid. Everything basically pop up. So we started to assist in Balkans, in Caucasus, other places. At that time, there was a problem with planes, so I picked the phone and called the minister, and he solved it in 2 hours. It was a great time. There was a lot of culture, tens and thousands of artists, scientists, intellectuals coming from abroad to Czechoslovak society, speed up the technological development, open to the world, and surprisingly, few people, including Václav Havel and others, were able to persuade the society that we should also accept certain part of responsibility which comes with freedom, especially for what's happening outside. So Czechs were quite quick with aid and support to the Cuban dissidents in Burma, in Belarus, in different countries around the globe. So it was a great time. But in the same time, I think we forget that we are as a liberal elite, we are already keeping the eyes closed to the things which are happening wrongly. And that was the beginning of a certain backslash during the last decade. And even until now, there is a good part of society which feel that they are more losers than winners of all these 3 decades. And I like to start with ourselves. I think if we want to not only recommit in terms of words and celebrate, and I still think there is a lot to celebrate, because if you travel to Kiev, if you travel of course to Chisinau, if you travel to other parts of Soviet Union or to the Middle East, for most of those countries and activists there, we are the role model as a Central Europe, despite all the problems, and I am sure Mikuláš will be much more critical, but I still hope that what's happening here, we will be able, also thanks to activities like Million Minutes or Million Moments for Democracy, we will be able to overcome, and that the democracy will stay here stable and strong. So it's difficult to, subjectively, I would like to be much further. Objectively, comparing with Poles, Slovaks, Hungarians, not talking with friends in the south and east, are we better in Central Europe to be further, or are we better here in Czech? Probably no. So I'm coming back to the words of my father. I think it was a Christmas Eve, 24th December 1989. I returned back after 6 weeks, back home, and we had a Christmas dinner. I was full of euphoria, and he, old former political prisoner, very wise man, was saying, well, take 2 generations, roughly 40 years, and it might be okay.
All right, well, that's a good, it's an encouraging thought, because, well, 2 generations, we have 1 generation after, and he's just here. And so we have 1 former student activist, and we have the current day student activist. And so I'm delighted that Mikuláš Minář could give us the perspective of the generation of today, not ready to wait another 40 years for change.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm 26, so I don't remember 1989, but I hope that I can say that in 1989, 30 years ago, we wanted freedom and free elections. And today we have it. What we want today. Today we want respect for rule of democratic game. Respect to elementary principles of democracy and decency, such as that politicians don't lie, don't misuse their power, and follow the constitution, which is not always political reality in Czech Republic these days. We want respect to democratic institutions, such as free public media, independent justice, constitution. But I think the biggest aim and the only crucial foundation of democracy is that we want true Democrats. We want political maturity. We want active citizens. Because reason and arguments can rule and prevail only in the country where reason and decency are valued more than cheap and short-sighted promises. So I should say that in 1989 we wanted freedom. Today we have it. And we have so much of this unpleasant freedom that we want some people want some restrictions, more order, some strong leaders. Because, you know, it's hard to bear this difficult thing, freedom, in uncertain world. And freedom is difficult. And democracy is difficult because it put big requirements on us. So I think that only mature people can handle this thing, freedom, to their own happiness and to our common happiness. And we want to do something for this big aim.
Thank you very much. I think for this thoughtful distinction between freedom and democracy. Freedom gives you the opportunity to make choices, but freedom can lead you in different directions. It was true in 1989. Freedom could produce Havel, but freedom could also produce Milosevic or whatever. And of course, that is a discussion we can return to. An interesting contrast with 89. This is not just about discovering of freedom, but we want that the institutions of democracy and rule of law that we created here, that they actually work and that they respect the commitments made in 1989. So this is in a way also not just a new situation, but a return to the sources of 1989. So thanks very much for that. I thought it was appropriate to start in Prague, since we are on the 30th anniversary, but of course this was not meant to ignore or minimize the importance of the international dimension, and we have here several perspectives on that. And I will first give the floor to Tawakasi Karman, Nobel Peace Laureate and human rights activist. If you can give us your view away from Prague, how do you see this discussion about freedom, democracy after 1989?
First, thank you so much for discussing this very important issue. Talking about revolutions, something is giving me life. So this is my environment, and this is my struggle, and this was always my dream, revolutions against tyranny. I remember very well in 1989, the revolutions here in Eastern Europe, and it was, still remember, and we people in Arab region still remember how was this great revolution against tyranny, against economist system, and also it was how was the street full of people calling for freedom, justice, and democracy. And that was a great aspiration for us. And at the same time, it was a great fears for the dictators. And the dictators in our countries was really afraid of this kind of revolutions and tried to convince the people to don't interfere, to don't discuss these revolutions. It is just an internal issue of Europe. But we told them in many ways, first in our dreams, that is not internal. It is not internal issue of Europe. It is not just exclusive issue for Europe to fight for freedom, democracy, and to have it. It's also our issue. And we decided from that time that every people around the world, especially our people, deserves to live without dictatorship. So that was the beginning. So later, in 2011, you see the people in our region, especially in Arab countries, in Arab Spring countries, made the great revolutions against dictatorship, against tyranny, against injustice, against corruption, against wars, and against terrorism as well, because those dictators was and still produce terrorism. So we were fed up from all this kind of system, of tyranny system, and we did a great revolution, peaceful revolution in Tunis, in Egypt, in Syria, in Libya, in Yemen. I'm talking about Libya and Syria. Syria and Libya started with peaceful revolution, but though their dictators pushed the people, to carry weapons to defense on their, lives. And we did a great revolution, and we succeeded in the first step of this great revolution, and we could step down, we could force 4 presidents to leave the authority with our great revolution. It's just the first step. In Tunis, Ben Ali left. In Egypt, Ben Hosni Mubarak. In Yemen, Ali Abdullah Saleh. In Libya, also Muammar al-Qaddafi. And Syria, inshallah, very soon he will leave the authority. And that was because of the struggle and sacrifice of people. But what is current, what we are facing now, unfortunately, we face counter-revolutions. And people here, what is the meaning of counter-revolutions. Counter-revolutions led by Saudi, Emirates, and Iran. Those 3 countries are, as they were so afraid from your revolutions, they become so afraid from our revolutions for many, many things. And for the first thing is because they are afraid if this revolution will be in their countries. If we win in our revolutions, we will encourage their people to make revolutions against their, dictatorship regimes. But the difference between our revolutions and Eastern Europe revolution, that unfortunately we faced the complicity from the West and from those countries who claim that they are Democrat and they support democracy and human rights. Here you find some support from them because they want you to be free from, the economic system. But those countries, the Western countries that they claim that they help and support human rights, unfortunately, they support the counter-revolutions. They support Saudi and Iran and Emirates on attacking our revolution in many ways. The counter-revolution take many faces. Coup, military coup, like what happened in Egypt. And unfortunately, the West welcomed this coup. And I can't imagine how they claim that they support democracy and they support the Sisi regime and the military coup in Egypt. The militia, sectarian militia, the terrorists, the occupation wars like what happened in Yemen led by Saudi and Emirates, and they support Saudi and Emirates, selling them weapons and give them, the logistic, support, etc., etc. So we are facing this counter-revolution, but still, we are the same people who dreamed for and still dreaming and still struggling and still sacrificing for our freedom, dignity, and democracy. And we know that has cost us a lot, and we didn't give up, and we will not give up. And anyone who said before that Arab Spring die or will die, we tell them, see what is happening this year in 2019. We have the second wave of Arab Spring in Sudan, in Algeria, in Iraq, and also in Egypt. So the will of people to have democracy, to have freedom will not stop, no matter how much it will cost, no matter how much the conspiracy. But now the West should decide to be with the will of people or to be with the dictators. And they will lose if they decide to be with the dictators or with the counter-revolution, because the future is with people, with generation like this person, this young man. He said, we now live in freedom, democracy, but we need more. So one day you will see our people say that we live in freedom and democracy and we need more and more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for telling us how '89 created fear among dictators. That feeling, how fragile dictatorships can be. They can crumble within weeks unexpectedly. So those who think, Václav Havel used to say, I'm always suspicious of people who think they know the laws of history, you know, that it's March. No. So yeah, the unpredictability of history, this is one of the lessons of '89. And of course it works both ways. It works as a possibility of democratic change. Sometimes also it works in the opposite direction. You mentioned at the end, this is something we will return perhaps in the discussion and in other panels, I'm sure, is about what attitudes of the Western democracies towards these situations. Because when you say they have the choice between the people and the dictator, they will say, no, there's the dictators, radical Islamists, and the people there squeezed, so to speak, between the two. And somehow, Western democracies tend to make the dubious choice of turning a blind eye to the dictator in the fear of, but you will, I'm sure, have lots to say about that. This was just a provocative question, just to make.
I have a good answer for that.
Yeah, you have, I'm sure, plenty of answers to that one. Our next, but I will first give finish the round with Rosa Maria Paya Acevedo. Great pleasure to see you in Prague again. She's the president of the Latin American Network of Democracy and coordinator of Cuba Decide campaign. Great pleasure to have you in Prague and part of this debate.
My honor. It's actually an honor to be part of this debate, and I don't want to answer for tobacco, but my father, that was killed by the communist authoritarian regime of Cuba, he used to say that the cost of freedom is the cost of peace. So each time the West made the wrong decision of support what they call stability, instead of supporting the people's right to be free, they end up with situations as the one that we are facing today in our hemisphere, the one that we're facing today in Latin America. I was born in 1989, but I heard that it was victorious, that for Europe the perception was that democracy was finally defeated communist totalitarianism. And in the Americas was pretty much the same. Oscar Arias won a Nobel Peace Prize because of his contribution to the peace in Central America. The national opposition, the Union of National Opposition, the UNO, won the elections against the Marxist-Leninist FSLN of Ortega, and in some way the Americas started like something called or similar to a democratic period. Of course, the exception was Cuba, and for some reason I don't get, the countries and the governments that helped the process of democratization and liberation in Central and Eastern Europe, they didn't try that harder with Cuba. So that our ambitions in 2019 are pretty much the same that they were in 1989, to defeat a communist totalitarian regime, to be able to pursue happiness, just as Minaj so beautifully say, as it is our universal human right to decide the way to do it. I think that, to be honest, is the world could think in that moment that without the support of the Soviet Union, the changes in Cuba were some kind of inevitable. But guess what? Liberation and democratization is not a spontaneous process. It does not just happen because the rest of the world is changing. And what happened in Cuba, and what Fidel Castro did was to create the Foro of Sao Paulo together with Lula da Silva in 1990. And the platform of the Foro of Sao Paulo was the one that actually helped Hugo Chavez to go to power in 1998 and 1999. And then with the platform of the Foro of Sao Paulo that was created by Da Silva and Fidel, with the money and the resources of the Venezuelan people, they start to spread throughout Latin America authoritarian models that now they call the 21st century socialism. And what we are seeing in our hemisphere is actually a regression of several democracies, getting to the point in which Julio Borges, the counselor of the legitimate government of Venezuela, said a few weeks ago that the real dictatorial government in Venezuela is the Cuban regime. So what we are actually facing in Latin America is the fact that the tolerance that the so-called free world gave to the Cuban totalitarian regime for 60 years ended up acting against the peace and the stability of the democracy in the whole hemisphere. And right now, it's not just a totalitarian regime that oppressed their own people, it's also a criminal organization that, together with other criminal organizations as the Maduro regime and drug dealers and who knows how many corrupt institutions in the whole hemisphere, pose a threat not just to the democracy in Venezuela and in Cuba, but to the national security of several other countries. It could be Colombia, or right now, while we are talking, what is taking place in Ecuador. So that, going back to the phrase of my father and the cause of freedom being the cause of peace, we are right now in our region facing a very similar situation to what you are facing right now in Africa and in all these countries that passed by the Arab Spring. And it imposed the same challenge to Europe, to United States, to Canada, to the democracies in Latin America. And the challenge is if they are going to take sides with the Cuban people, if they are going to take sides with the Venezuelan people, what is more and more a reality right now is that the road to democracy, to stability, to peace in our hemisphere passed by defeating the totalitarian regime in Cuba, passed by taking sides with the Cuban people. And it's not longer a matter of being solidarious with a whole population that should be enough by itself. For our hemisphere right now, that is a matter of survival.
Well, thank you very much for reminding us of what you call the Cuban exception. Somehow people assume 89, all communist regimes collapse. Well, Cuba is one exception. There are a few others, including North Korea. And China, after all, also remained a communist regime, but they chose a different path, not democratization and reform, but authoritarian capitalism, which is another exit from communist dictatorship that we have discovered after 1989. And it's good to remember that, you know, the day the first free Polish election took place in 1989 was the day of Tiananmen. The two options were there. And it just shows the two directions in which we were. Cuba is the third one. You just keep the lid on and wait. We keep waiting each time with news about just hoping for the age of the leadership to do its work, but that doesn't seem to be enough of a proposition. And what you said about the regional environment, of course, is very important. I'm now turning to our last speaker, Maria Sandu, who's already gave her a keynote address. I'm not asking for another speech, but perhaps if you have a reaction to what you've heard, if you have a response or a question, from what you've heard, what is your take on this?
Well, we know that democracy is facing issues today, excuse me, both in countries with well-established democratic tradition, and also in countries which, like mine and like other countries represented here today, which have been struggling for years. And I think the difference in dealing with these challenges is that in one part of the countries, you can rely on institutions and then on people, the activists, those who defend the democracy, and that's for the developed countries. And then in countries like ours, you can't really rely on institutions because the institutions are still to be established, and you have to solely rely on the activists. And I remember 1989 because I was born and I was old enough at the time to join the protest together with my parents and with my friends, and it was a fascinating experience. Of course, we had all the hope, and we could not imagine that 30 years later we will still fight for these freedoms and that we would be that poor. But that's a different story. What I want to say is that, and I said this in my speech, it's extremely difficult when you have this opportunity to deliver on freedoms and democracy at the same time to ensure good economic development. Because in many of the countries, I think, even after the Arab Spring, the economic hardship actually did not allow these countries to continue on their democratic trajectory. And of course, it's difficult when you don't have institutions. This is what happened to us. You had a very weak state. We had a very weak state which couldn't defend the people, which could not create opportunities. And then at some point, some people will start questioning democracy, because in Moldova, even though we have a critical mass of people who believe in democracy, and that's why we succeeded to fight all these authoritarian regimes, but there are still people who believe that democracy is to be blamed for corruption, for poverty, for migration. There are still people who believe that you need a strong hand to come and to bring order to the country. So this is the challenge for our countries, to, when you pursue democratic values, to somehow make sure that you deliver on the economic programs, and of course for that you need to have good governments. And this is where I have a reaction to Mikuláš, is it? Because he said that we need good politicians, and I can tell you there won't be good politicians unless good people will try to become politicians.
Exactly.
It's extremely difficult. I didn't mean to become a politician. I had very bad opinions about politics because politics in my country has always been dirty and messy. I never wanted to become a politician. But at some point, when I realized that everybody was corrupt in Moldovan politics, that we've been waiting for 25 years to see one decent political party, and we just couldn't see it, we decided that we had to try. And we had zero money, and we had zero political experience, and we just said, let's try. And unless you get decent people, honest people, to want to become politicians, you're not gonna get to the point that you want. So my advice is, try it. It's very hard. It's extremely interesting. Extremely interesting. So and it might be rewarding. and it might be rewarding. So what we are trying to do when we don't have yet institutions, and I'm very committed to building institutions, but I don't know how much time I'll have in the office. And then one of my Harvard professors writes that, you know, you need, for some countries, you need 70 years to build sustainable institutions. So I definitely don't want to have this. But what we can do is work on education, because this is about developing activists, young generation who want to continue the fight of the 1989 generation. We are going to work, we're trying to work with diaspora, which is, again, pro-democracy. And these are the things that we've been trying to do.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay. Our time is short, and I would first start asking if any of the panelists have questions to each other. That may be one. I have questions, and then we also have a chance, perhaps, to ask questions from the audience. So, first take: do panelists have, from what they've heard, question to each other? Well, I see already one theme common to you. There are several civil society representatives here. One went into politics, others perhaps may consider it. Shimon decided otherwise so far. So what about this issue of connecting civil society with the political society? If we complain about the stalemate that has appeared in the political class after '89 in Central Europe, how to renew, how to change the situation?
Well, you hardly can, you know, turn the clock back. So we hope that here, basically, most of the things are done by the D-Day, which was the fall of communism, and that the real problems are in more difficult places like Balkans, Soviet Union, later on Asia and Africa, and it was, of course, a mistake. Again, I think it was my biggest intellectual nonsense in my life. But you can't turn it back, so we are where we are in different positions. But I just wanted to react very quickly to both you mentioning that we from the West and should stay more with the people, not with the elites and sometimes authoritarians. But as you can see, we are struggling as well in the West last few years. And I think it's very much up to us on, let's say, probably mainly people who trust in a liberal democracy, who are in the last few years more on the defense mode, often pushed by the populists, by the more conservative groups, by the extreme groups. And I sometimes have a feeling that we doubt about our values and principles, that we try to somehow sneak through the different times, that we try to hide a little bit to sensitive themes like a fight for human rights somewhere under the more vegetarian type of the works like general development or whatever. And I think this is the ultimate mistake, because if we want to defend the liberal values in our societies and still be a role model and be someone who can be helpful and support, not export, but support you, because after all, it's your own fight in your country. We can't export it. We can't support you. We have to be strong and firm, and I would say stronger than before when the things were almost for granted. Now there is a struggle in our countries around the liberal values. And who than us should be stronger than before and fight for that? For our countries, but also for our colleagues and friends in the countries where democracy and freedom doesn't reign, because without that, we won't be anymore able to support them. So that's my note, mainly to us here. And as a person from civil society, I think this is our main homework now, not to be on the defensive, but to be really firm and strong, fighting for our values. Because other side try, they push. And how much we will allow them, they will gain.
It has to be a simultaneous process. I know it's difficult, but it has to be simultaneous because authoritarians, they are counting with your problems. They don't have to win elections. They don't have to explain themselves to the people. They don't have to they are not held accountable. So they have, in the case of the Cuban regime, they have been there for 60 years. Yeah. They have seen everything that took place in Europe, and they have took part in some of the problems also. So of course that each country has its own problems, each region has its own problems, but there are some crises that can just not be put on hold, and that requires the support of the international community. Of course that it is our problem. Of course that is the Cuban people problem, and we are not going to stop fighting. I mean, what we are talking right now, there are 120 political prisoners. Yep. And thousands of arbitrary detentions taking place each year in my country. The same scene or worse in Venezuela. I mean, people never stop fighting, and that's something that probably totalitarians didn't count on, and is that 60 years after, we are still fighting. But Arab Spring, Tiananmen Square, Venezuelan struggle just prove that people on the streets is not enough. It's necessary, but it's not enough when you have criminals in power willing to use the tanks over the bodies of the citizens. So we just have to find a way to be functional and to act as a close, or at least as a coordinated force against the authoritarian threat.
I want to add something. Yes. That when we blame West,
I've just been handed a note, and and then I'll ask one question from the audience.
I want to add something. When we blame the West, we blame the regimes, the administrations, not the people, not the media, not the NGOs. We have a great support
and
from
Czech
all
Republic
of them. And thank you for all the people around the world, special people in the West. And I want to say something about radical Islam is the alternative when the democracy is. This is a very dangerous point, and we shouldn't blame democracy when the result became something that Western government doesn't like. And we shouldn't blame democracy when it produces a president like Trump in the United States. We shouldn't blame democracy when produce extremist right-wing people in the Western, in some Western countries. So we should give the people the chance to choose who they want, and then at the end they will not choose them. In Tunis, for example, it's very important example for what was the sin if the democracy prevail in Egypt, in Yemen, in Libya, in Syria, if Bashar al-Assad lived. In Tunis, now who won the election? Is new President Qais, and an Islamic party failed. And this is democracy. Giving any movement from right, from left, give them the chance to compete in the election. Don't push them to be extremists. Don't push them to be terrorists. Don't push them to use violence as alternative choose. Don't put them in the prisons so that you say we are afraid from. So let the people choose their destiny and their rulers. And one day they will leave the authority. That is exactly what happened in Tunis, and big gratitude to Tunisian people that now that gave the evidence to the world, to the West government, that the alternative is not the military coup, is not the militia, is not the terrorism, is the Democrat people, and is a president like the current president of Tunis, Qais. He is not belong to Islamic movements, and he gives a big evidence.
Okay, well, certainly Tunisia, from what was called the Arab Spring, Tunisia is the only hopeful case that is always singled out, and deservedly so, and it shows that it is possible, and indeed. We've run out of time. I wanted to have at least one question from the audience just to prove the spirit of '89 is still alive. So please, is there somebody with one quick question, not a speech? Yes. Oh.
My question is about the general characteristic of this retreat of democracy. One of the features seems to be deepening these traditional cleavages in society, fragmentation, separation of sectors, important sectors of society, private sector, public sector, civil society sector. And my question is whether we should not think about this and act against this fragmentation, etc.
Okay, so the issue about fragmentation of our society, I don't know who wants to take that one. You have united all the people on
yeah, definitely yes. We should think about it, and we should be creative, because maybe we are challenging and facing two problems that were not here before, ago, any time. So we should be creative and find some new ways and new solutions to this problem.
Thank you for being brief. I've just got a second note saying our time is up. I will therefore not try to summarize our discussion, make some conclusions. I think it is interesting that 30 years after, here in Central Europe, we are not reflecting in a very triumphalist mood about democracy. We just show the commitment to what was achieved then, and how to preserve it and how to develop it. How important the institutions of the rule of law are to do so. There is a question of economic conditions and inequality that was mentioned, fragmentation of our societies. That is a major challenge for our societies, the underpinnings of democracy. The question that you represent, how to renew the political society if civil society is in total disconnect. So this is, I think, this was the question Václav Havel was asking. That was his question. You cannot build democracy without direct connection with civil society. That was his main motto, and that was his main, people were calling it anti-politics, he doesn't believe in traditional parties. No, he said simply you have to connect civil society with the political parties, with the political system, and that has not been happening. Perhaps your generation will be better equipped at that. And finally, you know, Western democracies, it has been mentioned, have their share of responsibility in the future. They have their own difficulty inwards, and the whole debate about democracy promotion, I think, has two flanks. One is, look at our situation, not easy to promote democracy if you're not doing well democratically. So democracy promotion always begins at home. But secondly, you must not forget your commitment as a democracy to spreading those values and to sharing them under different circumstances, not by force, not exporting by force, but helping those who are fighting for democracy. Some of them were present around this panel. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Hi.
Sasha Vodra.
Very nice. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel dedicated to human rights, 30 years of Czech human rights policy abroad, achievements and new challenges. We have a very distinguished panel with us. Let me very briefly introduce those who are joining me. But let me start with Arzu Geybulaeva, a prominent analyst, journalist, blogger, and trainer from Azerbaijan. On my left-hand side, Manuel Cuesta Morua. Manuel is a Cuban activist. His track has been stretching for a number of decades, and he is one of the drivers, the engines of the discussion on human rights in Cuba and outside of Cuba. On my right-hand side, Karl Gershman, a longtime president of the National Endowment for Democracy, and opposite to me, Sasha Vodra, who I don't think needs a special introduction in Prague. His dissident and official roles played in this country, and one of the architects of Czech or Czechoslovak in the past human rights policy. Welcome all. I'm Martin Povasil. I'm the Deputy Foreign Minister, and I have to ask for your understanding for the absence of Minister Petříček, who should have been in this chair, but due to the crisis in Turkey or Syria, he had to travel to Luxembourg to take part in the foreign ministers meeting of the European Union. I will try to drive the discussion first among and between the participants in the panel, and then open it to the public. There will be a microphone circulating, but better to say thrown to you by the staff of Forum 2000, so don't be surprised if you ask for the floor that you will get a cube thrown to you. There is a microphone in it, and feel free to speak. So, where are we? 30 years since the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia, when we started designing the Czech foreign policy, human rights inevitably and logically was one of the building blocks upon which we build it. And we felt that paying attention to human rights was one of the natural obligations that this country, in those changes and after them, had to play. And we did that throughout the transition here in Czechoslovakia and Czech Republic, and started projecting our human rights policy abroad. Why would we do that? We understood that without the support to human rights in communist Czechoslovakia or in the communist bloc as a whole, our transition would have been much more difficult and much more clumsy. In that, we could rely on Western support. That support was moral above all, but also political and practical and, of course, financial. So we have felt ever since that one of our duties that we have to fulfill was do our utmost and the best to repay that debt, to carry on that legacy, mainly vis-à-vis our Eastern and Balkan partners. You probably know that we have done quite a bit. We have been attributing to human rights and transitional promotion some quite considerable financial resources. We provide visa assistance. We take up an active role also on multilateral fora beyond raising the human rights issues bilaterally. So the first quite natural question would be to you, colleagues, how do you see the role of Czech Republic in the area of human rights promotion, human rights policy from your different perspective? Have we been doing enough? How does the needs of those who receive our support change? What other tools should we employ? Arsu, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I think I would like to focus on the shift in the needs of the civil society that's been on the receiving end of support. And the reason why I'm focusing on this is because while the legacy has been really important in building the knowledge, I think at this current stage, especially in countries like Azerbaijan, things look very different than they were. And the needs have changed. And I would like to here focus on the legal changes, for instance, that have been introduced in Azerbaijan that have made it extremely difficult for civil societies to operate. And these changes have been happening in the last few years. Or the authoritarian technology that's been purchased by the authorities to use surveillance in various ways against the civil society actors. And I would also like to focus on the way certain countries turned out. You know, it wasn't always sort of part of, like it wasn't always expected that all of these countries are going to turn out to be, you know, functioning democracies. And I think Azerbaijan is just one of those examples where we've not seen any shift in that matter. And there are some glimpses of hope every now and then, but I think in this particular country and within the context of support that's been coming, I think it's really important to highlight how the needs have changed and the circumstances have changed. And one of the most important ways to move forward is actually to take into account these changes and understand that previous mechanisms of support do not work in contexts when, for instance, you can no longer receive funding from a certain country in order to be able to operate, or when your partners on the ground are no longer able to operate because they're in jail, or because of certain other limitations. So I would like to end it here, but I think this is the key in looking forward, in actually changing the perspectives on assistance and taking into account the different threat models that's been in place and actually focus on these threat models while we move forward, you know, coming up with new scenarios, taking into account that the way that the regimes worked 15 years ago is no longer the case because they're using different kinds of methods in either silencing their critics or going after the human rights defenders. Thank you.
Thank you. Karl, what's your take on that? You know, the change of the world, you know, to, well, let's say politely, to more pragmatic, realpolitik like situation that we've been living now.
You know, the Czech Republic represents something very special in the world because it has, look, it has upheld these values. And there's been a struggle here because, 5 years ago, I remember that we weren't sure whether the Czech Republic was going to stay the course, but you have. And I want to commend the foreign minister, you, and the government and the people for staying the course on these issues. And it's not just in the region. I mean, I think you said that the Czech Republic was very helpful in different ways in the region, but it has truly been, for a small country, a global policy. I mean, Havel was the person who really was responsible in 1990, when he could have gotten the Nobel Prize, for really urging the Nobel Committee to give the prize to Aung San Suu Kyi. She's been a disappointment, I know that, but at that time it was an extraordinary step of solidarity. And then, Cuba, far from the region. There is no country in the world that has done more to help the struggle in Cuba. We just had on the previous panel Rosa Maria Paya. I don't know if she's still with us. Where is she?
Right there.
Ah, hi. I mean, it should be noted that Havel and Rosa Maria's father, Osvaldo Paya, had a very close relationship. And it was really, Havel was advising Paya to prepare for the change. And they collaborated closely together. And I think it cannot be emphasized strongly enough that they murdered her father in 2012. They murdered him, July 22nd, 2012. And it would have been like the communist government murdering Havel. Imagine if that had happened here, if the communist government had murdered Havel. And Havel knew that he had to show solidarity with Cuba afterwards, and so he stayed. In 2004, I think it was, we supported a big international conference here in Prague on North Korea. Again, and then Havel wrote about North Korea, and the Czech Republic has stayed the course on North Korea. On China, Liu Xiaobo saw himself as acting in the tradition of Havel. The Dalai Lama from Tibet was the first foreign leader to come to the Czechoslovakia after the Velvet Revolution. I mean, once you think about the global role that is being played by this small country, and I might have some comments to make about this in the course of the discussion. I won't go into it now. But in 2017, when this crisis that we're talking about became a matter of urgency for the international community, working with Forum 2000, which was Havel's organization, he created it, together we convened a meeting here in Prague in May of 2017, and we drafted the Prague Appeal for Democratic Renewal. It's significant that it's the Prague Appeal for Democratic Renewal, which was a global statement. Maya Sandu was one of the initial signers, but people all around the world have signed this. And it's a declaration not only of solidarity, but how can we move forward in addressing the new challenges that we face. Maybe we'll get onto that. I won't talk about that now, but we did it here in Prague because Prague is a global center for the defense of freedom and democracy in the world today.
Thank you very much. Manuel, Cuba has been on our minds ever since the very changes here in Czechoslovakia at the turn of the 1980s and 1990s. At that time, we naively thought, that the days of the Cuban Castro regime were counted. We tried to do our best to help it, and we failed so far. So what's your perspective?
Yeah, everybody fails in trying to convince Castro of the need of open society and to grant people their human rights and so on. So the change had to come in Czechoslovakia at that time, Czechs, after for Cuban had the possibility to open to the idea of fighting for human rights. And I would like to to stress this difference out of the collapse of the communist war, Czechs makes the important difference in the case of Cuba. Because we can understand the collapse of the communist war in geopolitical terms. But if we want to understand the values of fighting for democracy, we should use the idea of human rights. And that's the way Czech Republic made a difference. And sometimes, at that time, we're talking about mainly 1993, 1994, it seems that the diplomatic relations between Czechs and Cuba was between the Czech government and the dissident movement in Cuba at that time. And that stressed the importance of the human rights of foreign policies toward democratic needed all over the world, mainly in the case of Cuba. And we consider 3 points, and we want to point it out, 3 ideas. It's very important to keep in mind for improving, if you want, the relation and the support to the human rights fighting. First, Havel touched one important point when he put human rights over politics, and this is very important. Secondly, Czech Republic turned human rights into foreign policies, and this is very important because if we see the delay of the Cuban transition, it is frustrating not to see the possibility of having free elections, free institutions, and the human rights respect. But the sole support we have in the Western Hemisphere, crystal clear support, comes from Czech Republic, and this is due to the human rights values inserted in the foreign policy you have developed since 1900, since the Belgrade Revolution.
Thank you very much. Sasha, you are among us the one, who has been with the Czechoslovak and Czech human rights policy from the very beginning, from the turn, from the Velvet Revolution. Give us your assessment where we stand today. We, within the Czech Foreign Service, we try to do our best to keep human rights, high on top of our agenda. It's thanks to Minister Petříček that we have managed to return them much more into the focus of what we've been doing. But what is your X-ray?
Well, Martin, I was lucky that I could be at the building of the Czech foreign policy 30 years ago, when we have made the human rights case and the freedom in general as one of the key pillars of our foreign policy activities, and were concentrated and energetic enough that we were able even to generate the substantial results. Havel has opened, as the first president, the red carpet for Vytautas Landsbergis to support the collective rights of Lithuania with the split of the Soviet Union. Havel was the one who invited Dalai Lama as the first president to uphold the individual human rights of the Tibetan people. Havel was the man who brought 2 freedom fighters into the pedestal of Nobel Peace Awards, one from Burma, the other from China. Havel was the man who initiated the support of the freedom fighters in Cuba. I remember Havel was also supporting Issa Gambar when he was trying to defeat Ilham Aliyev. That's 15, maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I think one has to admit that the Czech Republic has changed since that. But to blame just the Czech Republic, I guess, would not be entirely fair, because the world has changed too, unfortunately, I think, for all of us. 30 years ago, we were lucky in having three important things. First, here in Central and Eastern Europe, we had a generation of the new political leaders who had a personal story fighting for the freedom and democracy. So for them, it was not just an abstract concept, it was the way of life. It was something what, they felt as the real value, not just an abstract one. Secondly, in the West, the leaders were at least enough sensitive to that they were able to provide the support. It was this optimist time of Fukuyama thinking, and that brings me to the third element, that those who climbed to the power, like Havel and others in the region, they had the feeling that they have to somehow reciprocate for the support they enjoyed. Karl Gershman was among those who, within the National Endowment for Democracy, provided the concrete support, for example, to the Polish Solidarity in 1980. So we had some ethics that, now when he won, we need somehow to return that. So it was a kind of a transactional concept of the world, but in a value based. Now it's entirely different, because this generation is gone. Czech Republic, is led by the president and the prime minister. They are totally ignorant of that concept, because they did not have any kind of a personal story associated with that. The world, and I would say the Western world, has changed too. 30 years ago, it was about the elementary concept of basic freedoms and human rights. Now, you have split that effort into two very different camps, and both I think, are doing wrong in that. One is this purely realpolitik or transactional concept, but not as a value-based, but a business one. Donald Trump is embodiment of that. But Erdogan and others, you can take others there. On the other hand, there are still those, for example, in Scandinavia, who are trying, to promote the human rights. But what they did, that they extended the concept of the human rights into such, culture and social corners that they cease to be attractive universally for the majority of the people around the world. Maybe you like it, but if we would make an investigation about how many Azeris are seeking all those rights of the third, fourth or fifth generation, that's why Issa was losing. So I think that to re-energize ourselves, we need to change a little bit ourselves too, to focus on the real elementary freedoms and human rights, because they have the universal nature, and without any doubts almost every single state has the obligation to follow them. Secondly, we should focus on few countries where is a chance to success, because we terribly need a success story. Yeah. What has changed also, that 30 years ago we had the success stories. Now, you know, just tell me about one in the last 5-7 years. It's really difficult to find. So we need also a success story to re-energize ourselves. So just to blame the Czech Republic, I think, is not enough. Although, you know, both president and the prime minister is a shame from that perspective.
Thank you very much. Karl, you are, I think, the most experienced from among us, as you reminded us in the backstage. And we, all of us, agree that the world has changed since the 1990s, 1980s. You know, the value-based approaches have, I would say, blurred into transactional approaches in politics and policies. And as Sasha points out, we have difficulty in defining one visible, symbolic success in the period of last 5 to 10 years. Also, the overall environment has changed with the digitalization. You know, the world is a different place to live than it was 30 years back, you know, when we had to camouflage, but physically camouflage how we pass messages among and between ourselves. Today, the means are completely different. Should these fundamental changes bring us to a fundamental change of how we pursue human rights policies around the globe? What is it we should do? What is it the net wants to do to face these changes?
Well, one point that Sasha just made, I think he said we need some success stories, and I think that means the transitions that are underway. We're living, you know, as bad as certain things are today, let's remember that there are a number of countries that were once dictatorships, Moldova being one of them, but not the only one, that are now going through what I consider to be historic transitions, and that includes, you know, Ethiopia, it includes Sudan, it includes Tunisia, Armenia, Ukraine, and many countries are going through this, Malaysia included. And there is no better way to respond to, in a way, the Chinese alternative, the alternative option, as Xi Jinping said in 2017 at the 19th Party Congress, the option of developmental authoritarianism, than to have these transitions succeed. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that, and this was a point that was really highlighted in the Prague appeal, you know, in this period when these issues have become human rights so diluted, I think is what Sasha is saying, and the term human rights is even changing because it sort of encompasses everything. You have to return to fundamentals. There has to be a reaffirmation of the basic freedoms of expression, of human dignity, of freedom of association, free media, and so forth. These basic freedoms, there has to be a reaffirmation of that and why they're important. And on the basis of that, we can go forward. I might say there's one other issue that should be given a lot of serious consideration as to how to rebuild a kind of a democratic center in the world when the world is so polarized between a kind of populist and authoritarian right and then even a populist left today that has lost the connection with these basic values. And we put this into the Prague appeal, but it's something that should, you know, be seriously considered, and it has to do with the issue of national identity. And you know, when countries join the European community, there are, you know, in the process of globalization, there is a tendency for people to lose a sense of what makes them a people, a national entity. And you've got to revive that. I mean, you know, there is a feeling on the globalized left that somehow sovereignty is a bad thing, that the nation state is out of date, and we have to get beyond the nation state in a globalized world. That's wrong. And I don't think we're going to reestablish a meaningful political center, revive a meaningful political center, and revive democracy until we can bring the values of freedom, democracy, the liberal values of democracy together with the idea of national identity. We've got to fight for that. It's going to be a difficult thing, but we have to think how that can be done, and to defend the rights of the nation state while also maintaining a commitment to universal freedom. It's a difficult balance to maintain, but I think rebuilding the political center in the world today, and this is everywhere, it's everywhere, is going to require that.
Thank you. Arzu, you have been one of those who have been particularly active on the new media, in the new media area. You've been trying, you know, to make full use of that, to promote exactly what Karl has been describing. So what is it, you know, that we could do more effectively and efficiently to make it work even better?
That's $1 million question.
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, I'm afraid I don't have a clear answer to that, because I think we shouldn't really see or treat new media platforms as this solution and something that will resolve all of our issues in this day and age. I mean, obviously it's a tool in making progress, in perhaps getting some of those success stories out, but it's definitely not the main. It's a component of a bigger and much larger process. I think obviously what I've seen personally is this growth in the presence of online media, and it's not because technology is great, but one of the main reasons why it's happening is because in countries like Azerbaijan or Turkey, online media and these new platforms are the platforms for discussion. This is the place where you have more freedom to not just share opinions, but also navigate opinions and also harness support of the public. And I think this is really important to consider, that this new media works in these particular environments in a very different way than it would, for instance, in another country where democracy is thriving or the political situation is different. I think that's one element to mention. I think the second, just literacy overall, new media literacy, but also literacy in general. I mean, we were talking about success stories, we're talking about this democratic culture. I think in countries where you haven't really had the culture of democracy, where the generations haven't really experienced the culture of democracy, it's really hard to talk about all these nuances, because democracy for an opposition in country A might mean something different than democracy for an opposition in country B. And I'm certainly witnessing this in countries like Turkey. I live in Turkey. I've seen how this country has transitioned over the recent years. I'm seeing this in Azerbaijan and other neighboring countries. So this readiness and, again, like the literacy about these norms is really important to consider, and how they see new media. Is it a place where you just go and express yourself, or is this a place that you use as a campaign platform where you can actually share opinions? But one last thing I would like to mention, especially highlighting the significance, how these small new voices are emerging, using new media platforms to shed light on some of the issues going on. And I would just give one small example. Recently there was this rally in Baku, an opposition rally, and there was this man who was yelling and shouting in support of the current president, and he was expressing his gratitude to the president for the things that he has done. And right next to him there was this woman who was basically counter-arguing everything he was saying, and she was listing all the issues. She was talking about social welfare, she was talking about the salaries, she was talking about the pensions, and she became the symbol of this protest, which was really interesting because later on one of the outlets did an interview with her, and they showed the conditions that she was living in, very poor, struggling with everything literally. And because this was shown using an online media tool, shared using new media platforms, people came forward and offered support. Now, this is not a solution. Some businessmen shouldn't be providing support to a person and solving that problem, because that problem actually needs to be solved by the authorities. But it definitely teaches a lesson and sends a lesson to the authorities, showing that these platforms are being used for calling for attention, or these platforms are being used to share stories that authorities in certain countries may not want to see, or they block out of their vision. So for me, as someone who, I'm an online media journalist, I work for online platforms, and it's a place that I use to share my stories, also get information, and indicate my support for issues. But when I look at the bigger picture, it's certainly not the only solution. It's just part of a bigger effort that needs to be made.
Yeah. Thank you. Manuel, how does it work in Cuba with the limited access to internet, to the globalized media? Is there a piece that plays a role, or is it negligible?
Well, when Carl talked about the need of rescue fundamental rights, I invite everybody to look at Cuba, because this is the place where everything is going to be decided in terms of fundamental rights in the Western Hemisphere. Now, the Cuban government has made some reforms. The people have more access to internet. We have no 5G, but we have 3G in our mobiles. And at the same time, we are witnessing great development of the Cuban civil society. If we talk about Cuba, you have to establish more or less three levels of understanding the situation. One level is the economic shortage we are suffering right now. We are in a cycle, running around in circle when it comes to the economic situation and the economy. For second, it is the development of what I call the best civil society Cuba has ever had in this moment. In cultural terms, human rights groups, political expressions, and mainly, and more importantly, the media. Online, of course, media online. So we have these developments in Cuba right now. The third level is the political one. And there is a contradiction between society and the political system because of the behavior of the Cuban government against civil society. Right now, we are witnessing what I call the extrajudicial execution of civil society in Cuba. And it reflects these tensions that are on the rise right now in Cuba, and it reflects how we are prepared to make the jump to the democratic war. But we need the help, of course, of Czech Republic, and we need the help of the Western democracies. One friend of mine used to ask in Cuba if democracies are driven by democracy when it comes to the support of the Cuban fighting for having freedom or having free expression. And that's the thing, that's the situation right now in my country. That it's a pleasure to be here to explain this and to have a good conversation with all the colleagues here in
Thank
Prague.
you. Thank you. Sasha, one of the trends that we have been observing over time for maybe more than a decade now is the changing atmosphere and correlation of powers and influence on international fora, and the stress being put on individual rights on the one hand. That means, you know, going back or sticking to the fundamentals on the one hand, and this is something, you know, that the Czech Republic has been over time vocal about. And on the other hand, an increasing drive towards collective rights that seems to gain ever more support internationally from a increasing number of countries, and push the individual rights, you know, sort of into the backstage. How to face this if we mean it to go back to fundamentals and rebuild the political center as Karl suggests?
Well, I think we have to be aware of one thing, that if the collective rights are at stake, it's always more difficult and more tough and more controversial than if you promote just the classic individual, natural human rights and freedoms, because they are, since 18th century, on those natural individual rights, we have a common sense that they don't depend on the state power. They are natural. With the collective, it's always more difficult. Just take a right for the self-determination. I mentioned how we were supporting in 1990 the collective aspiration of the 3 Baltic states to re-establish their statehood. How Havel has opened the red carpet here for newly elected Lithuanian president in a moment where they were not recognized yet. They have won, even without a war or without a major military conflict. There were some bloodshed, for example, in Vilnius. But why they have succeeded, not just only because of our support, not just only because of their strong determination to do it, but also because Gorbachev has allowed it. They did not send the huge army, they just symbolically put some soldiers and tanks in front of the TV, but it was quickly over. So those collective rights, for example, in the case of the self-determination rights, they are not natural. They depend on the will of the others. We were invited for a panel to be chaired by Foreign Minister Petříček. He's not here, but he's largely excused because, as I understand, he flew into Brussels to discuss with the European foreign ministers the development on the Turkish-Syrian borders and in a larger scale the problem of the Kurds. And this is it's a very sad story. It's a disaster from the perspective of the human rights. Just today morning, I have saw in Twitter how they stone the woman Kurdish politician. She was not a radical. She was, in fact, a woman to promote an understanding among the peoples there, but she was brutally killed. And they even taped this on the video. So it's really a disaster. At the same time, we are in a trap because this said nation, which, you know, one would can say that, you know, small nations are always in a more difficult situation than the big ones, but, you know, 35 million people is not a small nation. It's much bigger than the Czechs, Slovaks and others. But they are in a situation that nobody in the region is supporting their collective aspiration. Turkey does not support, Syria does not support, Iran does not support, Iraq does not support, Saudis don't support. So even the powers of the world do not support this, at least enough. Neither Russia nor US. I would expect EU would adopt some kind of a proclamation, but certainly does not have enough determination to uphold their collective aspiration. So this is a tragedy, but that does not have any easy outcome. You know, it's not about our words, it's neither even not about the words of the politicians in Brussels, it's about the determination to use the force, to have the troops there. And we have seen that, you know, the United States is the only country which was really willing to do it in the last century, is withdrawing. So that's just, let's serve this one of the examples how to operate with the collective rights. It's much more challenging than with the classic individual rights, which have a natural...
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I would now like to open the discussion to the audience. I see one over there.
Please prepare.
Wow. Go ahead, if you can introduce yourself and...
Sure. My name is Arsen Kharadze and I'm from Armenia. As we all know, we've just going through a velvet revolution of our own, and we are currently facing great challenges after the revolution because we live in a neighborhood where democracy is not a very popular thing. Carl here, I'm a long-time NED grantee, among other things. And of course, I want to thank everyone in the panel, my great friend Arzu, who we've been dealing with our own region for a while. Now, I just want to bring up a couple of points or questions here, which was mentioned, and it is about the challenges of the democracy spoilers in the neighborhood. Carl was talking about we need good models to base on, and Armenia was mentioned. And I think this is a moment for South Caucasus or the larger region as a whole to make Armenian case as a great success of another velvet revolution. We may discuss what, when, and how. This was a long process that we were coming to, and it took us 30 years after our own liberation from Soviet Union to come with terms, with a new, renewed democracy process. And I think a lot of the people in the neighborhood, a lot of the regimes in the neighborhood feel threatened from Armenia. There are more spoilers in the neighborhood than supporters. And it's a tightrope walk for the international community and the democracy-promoting countries here. So I just want to bring this up and say, how can we help countries like Armenia, which we call it the homegrown revolution, because in many ways it was by large an internal process. Nobody expected this. This was a big myth buster. People would say, oh, until there is Karabakh conflict resolution, we're not going to have a revolution or democracy. Until there is this, until the influence of bigger states. Well, it seems like we can. And I think this is very important now to understand, and for us also, Armenians living there, how we should build relations with other democratic states, including that of Czech Republic, that has a great success and was a great inspiration. It is called Armenian Velvet Revolution, and the source was the Czechoslovak Revolution back in the day. So I want to put this on the ground and maybe ask the panelists to touch upon on how we can walk this thin ice and then continue our way.
Thank you very much. Let's take one more in one go. Over there, the lady in the first row.
Thank you. After Armenia, Azerbaijan.
That's good, you know.
Yeah. Leila Yunus, human rights defenders. It's a question and suggestion. You know, about Cuba, about Northern Korea, everything is clear, as it was clear with USSR and communist regime. But what about such small countries as, for example, Azerbaijan? It is a member of Council of Europe. It's a member of Eastern Partnership with EU, but it's bloody dictatorship. And today's situation is much worse than it was in Soviet Union. 10 million population, today 127 political prisoners. In Russia, population 140, about 200 political prisoners. Each month, not year, each month, people in prison died after tortures. Also 15 years boys. And Council of Europe keeps silent, they take money, and Mr. Vondra, our dictator, is very welcome in Brussels. He is preparing the new agreement with Eastern Partnership. Of course, European Parliament have wonderful resolution, for example, in 2014 when we stay in prison, but in generally keep silent. So I think that Czech Republic, who is a member of Council of Europe and European Union, can be together with such countries which deputies did not take money, as Netherlands, and can appeal for sanction against bloody dictatorship, can stop authoritarian dictatorship. Azerbaijan can be new Syria. We have also Shia, Sunni, and problem with Armenia. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's necessary to give more attention.
Thank you very much. Well, we have two contributions. Carl, what would be yours?
You planned it well.
I didn't.
Because, you know, in having Armenia and Azerbaijan, you raise the issue of Nagorno-Karabakh. It's important to resolve that in order to have real progress in Armenia and in Azerbaijan. I mean, this is going to be a great challenge. You know, Sam Huntington, when he wrote the book, The Third Wave, he talked about the issue of contagion, democratic contagion. In other words, if it starts spreading, it develops a momentum. And look, as difficult as everything is today, I think we should recognize that there is a certain momentum that is beginning to develop in the Caucasus and with Ukraine. I mean, right now, Ukraine is making extraordinary progress. I mean, this is Putin's worst nightmare. The fact that Ukraine is becoming, despite everything he's doing to frustrate this, a successful democracy. And Georgia, and now Armenia. This is something we have to think about and how to encourage. And so there's this issue of contagion, and then there's another issue which I think was sort of raised when you were getting into this issue of what you didn't really define what you meant by collective rights, but when Sasha talked about it, it had something to do with minorities and self-determination and so forth. But Sasha also talked about what's happening in Turkey today, in northern Syria. And that gets into the whole fundamental issue that is not often addressed by human rights activists and defenders, but it's the issue of what I would call geopolitical stability. My country, and falling down on the job of leadership. And it didn't just begin with this administration, as you, Sasha, probably know better than anyone. We have to somehow come to an understanding of what our role is going to be. And then Europe has to do this as well. But how in this world do you preserve geopolitical stability? Because in the absence of geopolitical stability, you're not really going to have progress in smaller countries. Our work, in other words, the work of democracy support and the work of human rights requires and is enormously assisted by a stable geopolitical environment. We've got to do that. And maybe one last point. I raised before the issue of national identity and sovereign rights. Everything has to be kept in balance. And I think we have to sort of see sovereignty as also in balance, and the way to balance it with individual rights is through democracy. You can have democratic sovereignty which respects individual rights. And we have to find the proper balance there. We can't go to one extreme which says that there's no need any longer for national borders, for sovereignty, which is a terrible mistake on the left. But then you have a terrible mistake on the right, which is there's no need for individual rights, we just have sovereignty. We have to find the proper balance. So these issues of democratic contagion, of geopolitical stability, and the proper kind of balance between sovereignty and individual rights and other issues, I think are going to be critical to by our, I mean our community's development of a coherent response to the current crisis of democracy.
Thank you, Karl. Arzu, do you want to make any comments on the regional? We got 2 comments from the region.
Absolutely.
You are part of the region, so it would be appropriate for you to say a few words, just a few. Time is pressing, so I don't insist, but...
I would like to talk about the momentum, and I would like to talk about how we should not mistake the momentum. Because we had a momentum in 2003, for instance, when President Ilham Aliyev was elected. There was this expectation in Europe and elsewhere that this is a young leader. He's interested in a close relationship with the EU, and things might look different. But that changed as soon as the revenue started coming in from the energy, right? So his shift in the approach completely changed. And I think that was one of the first mistakes of misjudging the momentum, that this new leader came to power, replacing the old guard, and maybe things will change. Further, a couple years later, there were certain events in Azerbaijan that were regarded as momentums of possible change. When the authorities released 50 or so political prisoners, that was also a momentum. And there was this rush to congratulate the president and the government for releasing these prisoners. But no one said these people should not have been in prison in the first place. None of those human rights defenders or political activists or journalists should have spent a day in jail. So while we talk about the momentum, while we talk about this contagious, I think we really need to not mistake it anymore. And this is, going back to what I said in the opening remarks, is that, there is definitely a change in the needs. There's definitely a change in the circumstances, and Azerbaijan is just one of those examples. And Turkey probably is another example, especially given what's happening in the country at the moment. So yes, let's take this into account, that the momentum is not always the right one, or that let's not interpret it always the way that it might lead to something positive. But let's consider the bad scenarios as well.
Thank you very much. I'm being reminded that the time is up. But let me just in few sentences conclude. I think that we all agree, that the environment has been changing dramatically over the past decades. The situation today is different than in the 80s and 90s. And I would now interpret or quote what Karl has said, we do consider it crucial and important to stick to fundamentals and to rebuild momentum around the fundamentals, always in close cooperation between administrations, NGOs, international partners, both bilaterally and in the international fora. We certainly need to include new approaches and new processes in order to respond to the drive towards globalization and digitalization of the world, and use all these mechanisms to support public opinions and I would underline that, the building of democratic institutions, because only democratic institutions can guarantee that democracy can and will prevail. With that, I make my full stop. Would ask you, everybody, to give a big hand to our panelists, and thank you for being with us.
Was that the sign for us to start?
I think we're up.
Really? That was our...
After the gong.
The bell tolls for us then. Thank you very much for joining us. Just a few stragglers coming in this truly magnificent hall. The title of our panel is Democracy in Times of Zuckerberg and Xi. My name is Peter Pomerantsev. I run a little think tank at the London School of Economics that looks at all things to do with propaganda and disinformation in the 21st century, and I write the occasional book as well. We have a truly interdisciplinary panel, which makes it very exciting. Professor Benedetta Berti is the head of policy planning unit in the Office of the Secretary General of NATO. Xiao Qiang, did I say that right, Xiao? Is the founder of the China Digital Times and a professor at Berkeley. And Gerd Lenhardt is a futurist, a humanist, and the author of, most recently, Technology versus Humanity, which he will be signing copies of later. So I was very inspired by this session this morning, where there were these very deep and somehow melancholy reflections on 1989 and whether the values of 1989 are still pertinent. And in the small area that I look at, information, propaganda, media, I think we're seeing a real crisis in the principles of what we thought in 1989 made up a democratic information space. So those principles, you know, they were axiomatic to us. I mean, freedom of expression, media pluralism, public service media values of information, accuracy, balance, objectivity, and of course the idea that information flowing across borders would lead to greater prosperity and peace. All those values were kind of wrapped up in the ideals of 1989, which is the victory of freedom of expression over censorship in many ways. And a few decades later, every one of those axioms and every one of those principles is really under question. The idea that pluralism would necessarily lead to better debate and better democracy has been brought into question by partisanship and polarization that is so extreme that debate can be undermined, or a constructive debate can be undermined. The idea of freedom of expression has been hacked by illiberal forces, by the far right, who claim that they can use freedom of expression to make racist claims, for example, but also in a much more subtle way by the nature of the new propaganda, where the more you express yourself online, the more your data is given to political spin doctors and advertisers who can then manipulate you in ever more targeted ways. For the first time, we see a connection where the more you express yourself, the less power you may have, which is a very new situation. Meanwhile, the ideals of public service broadcasting, of accuracy and fairness and balance, are being questioned by a sort of a casual relativism that you see emanating from the Kremlin, but also in the States, that says objectivity is impossible, and even facts are merely interpretations. And finally, the idea of information flowing across borders as leading to greater peace and prosperity has been brought into question by new breeds of subversion and information subversion happening across borders. So during this panel, I want to sort of get into more deeply, and from the different perspectives of our panelists, what is the nature of this crisis? But then I want to do something positive. I really want to think about, okay, what do we do about it in the terms of regulation, in terms of new media practices? And how can the values of 1989 in the information space get a new lease of life in an era of completely new technology? So, Benedetta, maybe you'll start from your perspective. What are the changes that you find most alarming and the most puzzling, almost from like, you know, from almost like a philosophical point of view? What do we do about them?
Right. Well, thank you for your question and for the introduction. It's truly great to be here, and I'm a little bit in awe of our platform and of this beautiful hall. So I hope I don't get too distracted by looking at the ceiling. Okay, let me start with one point. Not from a philosophical perspective, but from a doctrinal perspective, in the sense that what's changed and how has the information and manipulation of the information space become a greater security threat than in the past. I think this is one of the central questions many security analysts have been struggling with over the past decade or so. And there's sort of two schools of thought. Some people are saying, well, if you actually look at this, during the Cold War, the Soviet Union was very effective in its propaganda activities, was very active, and we were active with countermeasures. So in other words, this is just more of the same. The idea that our potential competitors are going to use our democracy, use our free societies and manipulate us, and where we're most vulnerable, it's nothing new. I tend to disagree, because I think that it's not just about the tactic, but it's about the role of technology and how it makes the effect of this very old tactic much more effective, much more immediate, and much more diffuse, dispersed, and therefore much harder to counter. It's also about the fact that because of technology, the threshold has lowered, and therefore the number of players that can step in and try to manipulate our information space has increased. It's not just pure competitor governments, but it's also non-state armed groups. So to me, the question of the information space is really the broader question of how are emerging technologies and technology in general becoming a necessary factor to take into consideration when we look at the evolution of strategy. And I know this is, I'll get to the democracy in a second, but I just wanted to make this point because I think it's really in the background of this discussion. When we look at the future and we think of technologies like AI and its military applications, we think about technologies that allow for better facial recognition, for example, we see technologies that have potential to revolutionize society and warfare, which means that in the future, whoever has or whoever will have access to this technology, and so whoever has information or technological dominance will have battlefield superiority, which means it's a game changer. It means that for us, for example, as an alliance, as NATO, the question of how do you maintain a technological edge goes from one of the important questions to probably one of the most fundamental ones in determining the future of warfare. So this is more than just the battles, the battle space, the information space is really much broader in terms of the impact of emerging technologies. But now if I go back to your point, which is more what has changed in terms of how this affects our societies and the relationship to democracy and freedom, I think what is really interesting to me is the geopolitical lens through which we could look at these trends. And what you see here is the emergence of an alternative model, I would say, a techno-authoritarian model that tells us through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom. And that's very appealing to many countries around the world. And I think we should keep our eye on that prize and think about how do we create and sustain a competitive alternative model, because this techno-authoritarian models is telling us, yes, one, you can use technology to control the information space and to shape the narrative. Two, you can use technology to make sure that only the voices that confirm your narrative are heard, and that those that may present an opposition are crushed. So the technology for surveillance, for repression is really becoming much more sophisticated in a way we would have never predicted even a decade ago. And it's being exported to a number of countries, and the number is growing. And then this model, this techno-authoritarian model says, we shape the narrative, we control the information space, we police the voices on this information space, and then we do something that will basically seal the deal, and that's we control the internet infrastructure, which is really what we should be paying attention to. And we will shape the international norms of this internet infrastructure so that it advances a vision of cyber sovereignty. For example, where the governments own the data, the governments own the internet infrastructure, and ultimately, I think through this combination of technology and regulation, you have what is a pretty strong, and I dare say difficult to counter once it's established architecture. So I think that's the eye on the prize. That's what we need to make sure that does not come into being. And I know we'll talk about what to do about it later, so I'll stop here. Oh, thank you.
I was in China recently researching my new book, and I was talking to some friends who are correspondents there, and they've been there, I think, 10 years. And I'm like, how do you talk to Chinese dissidents? I mean, what's the mode of communication? And they were like, well, the guy told me an anecdote, how he got in contact with a well-known Chinese human rights activist, and the guy was like, we can't talk over the phone's bugged. I was like, well, how should we talk then? It's like, oh, no, let's talk across WeChat or whatever the Chinese system is. And my friend, the correspondent, said, but hold on, that's completely monitored. And the guy said, I know, but it's so convenient. And I had the sense in China that actually their social media systems, their algorithms, were much more efficient than ours. And isn't that something that's changed quite a lot? Because back in the Cold War, the Soviet information space was poor and boring, especially towards the end, compared to the much more, fun and lively one of the West. Has China worked that out as well? Not only is it a much better instrument of control, but they're also making it fun and convenient and kind of comfortable to use as well.
Yes. Yeah, in honor of the theme of the entire conference, let's start from 1989. At the time when the Tiananmen demonstration and protests, some Western media was a little bit exaggerating, not a little bit, quite exaggerating, reporting the technology of facts played a bigger role, which actually not. It is. There are some people using facts to fax information out and fax information in. But that's really not the main thing. People organized by students and inspired citizens and normal daily life communications at the 1989. But there are two things important in 1989 in the information space. One is the Chinese official media. At a time when students' demonstration and then the Chinese high politics starting to split, it sort of sent a misleading message to the party system and down. There is a possibility that reformers will be winning. So for the 3 days, the official media turned to report and publicize the student demonstration nationwide. That 3 days lost the control of official media of the Chinese Communist Party became the important lesson the Chinese Communist Party learned afterwards. They never want to do that again. Another thing that information space 1989 demonstration in China was actually technology did play a big role. TV, CNN, 24 hours footages in every living rooms around the globe make it as a globally impact event. So fast forward, after the demonstration and hope for democracy being crushed, there is a new hope revived in China, which is internet. Since the middle of the 90s, internet arrived China. The government see is first of all a technology must in order to boost the economy and make it possible competitive for the foreign investment and all of that. But from many people, including many internet entrepreneurs and startup companies, they also see that's a hope for a freedom of information and a more open and a liberal China. And we all remember the digital promises that this type of internet empower everybody. They'll give everybody a voice, and then giving people capacity to organize, to communicate, to self-generate their agenda, and et cetera, et cetera. And then dictatorship, authoritarian regime will fall in such in front of such technology. To a certain degree, internet is, and social media in China did rise and did disrupt it. The official propaganda, official information control, official media control, to the point we see the second episode, which is the Empire Strikes Back. Ever since Xi Jinping stepped in power, the level of control and the level of crackdown on the information space is unprecedented. But we also just noticed another story of this, which is the Chinese social media and Chinese internet in general and the technology sector actually growed economically, socially, and culturally. Chinese social media companies as competitive and innovative and profitable as any other major Silicon Valley companies. And technology also take a turn. It's not only just give everybody voice, empower individuals, it's actually empowering state and the big corporations, big data, artificial intelligence. These are the tools for people small group of people to gain the knowledge and information against the population. They can surveil, they can control, they can manipulate, they can micro-targeting a large population in scale and with ease. This is the situation we're facing now. I'll stop here.
Very quickly, when I was in China, I asked about micro-targeting. So for those who aren't tech-savvy, it's like micro-targeting is the idea that you can, fragment and define small audiences online and target them with tiny messages. And I asked a few people who know the Chinese internet to what extent that was happening in China, and they were like, you don't understand, the country's so big, there's only two audiences, the countryside and the cities, and we don't get any more precise than that. Is that true, or is there much, much more targeted messaging happening? I mean, there is a question of too much data sometimes. You don't know what to do with it.
It is true. China is a diverse place. Internet is also a diverse place. And social media has many little groups and chat rooms. And you do kind of find every kind of possible information there. But on the technological level, the controllers, meaning the Tencent company, the Baidu search engine, the state security and the public security, they have the back end to surveil everything. They have the information control tools that not individual has. You have a WeChat, you can say anything you want, but state know every single thing you have. And more than that, it's not even in the scale by algorithm, by the data they have, and by the computing capacity they have. Now they can control information space, not even mentioning the misinformation part and disinformation part, propaganda. All of this are becoming a powerful tool for the authoritarian regime. So now we're even talking about China is on the road to a digital totalitarianism, or we'll say the line between an authoritarian state and a totalitarian state is starting to collapse under such technology. You can name it a postmodern authoritarianism, whatever you want to name it. But the level of micro-control and compatible state is greatly increased.
So this, disturbing reality where the algorithms know so much about us, clearly within the political context of China, that comes together with repressions and the lack of political freedoms. But as a kind of relationship of the human and technology, that's exactly the same thing that we have as well. And your work is about this tension, isn't it, between the technology and the human. Tell us, is this actually embedded within the technology?
Yes, complicated question. I think, let me start with this one realization is that, we're living at the pivot point of exponential change. 10 years ago, we were still at the place where we didn't have voice translation really working well, or today we're at the point where we're going not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 4, 8, 16, Moore's law, Metcalfe's law. We're at the point where science fiction is becoming science fact. And, we can talk to machines, we can get answers from a machine, we can drive in a driverless car, we can fly in a flying car even in Dubai. We're going to see things in the next 10 years that are truly straight out of science fiction. And if you're looking at computing power, we're going to go a place 1 million times the computing power of what we have today in 10 years. quantum computing, polymorphic computing, the story goes on, right? So as the song goes, I used to be a musician, right? We ain't seen nothing yet. Right? We're at the very, on the scale of 1 to 100, we're at 2 or 3. So, however, having said that, I think the future is better than we think. Right? The future is better than we think because technology will give us a key to solve so many problems that can be solved by technology. Energy. Right? Shift to renewable energy, the end of oil, it's coming. Food, vertical farming, all of those things. Genetics, preventing cancer. The story goes on, it's all very good. The drawback is that technology is becoming so powerful that we forget who we are. Right? I always say the biggest problem is not that technology will take over or kill us. The biggest problem is that we become too much like technology. So we get lazy, we use assistants for everything, we stop having real relationships, we talk to our screen more than we talk to people. And again, this is just the beginning. Right? So what we need to do today is to say, let's harvest the good things from technology and restrain the negative things, the externalities. Right? And this is like climate change. The good things of oil is that we can drive our car, right? And we can be mobile. And I sometimes call that hellven, heaven and hell. So the heaven part is we can drive. The hell part is what we have now. Right? And technology is the same thing. We have the heavenly part, which is free content, free communications, global e-commerce, many good things. And then the hell part is complete surveillance, loss of privacy, cyber warfare. How do you solve the problem? We don't have a choice to go back and say, let's not use technology, right? That's not going to happen. Right? Our only choice is forward and using a precautionary approach by saying, we should do this because it's good for us, and we should not do this because it's not good for us, like autonomous weapons. Right? And so that, in my book, I talk about digital ethics. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, put it much better 6 months ago when he said, technology can do great things, but it does not want to do great things. It doesn't want anything. If we want good things with technology, we're going to have to make that work because technology does not solve social, cultural, political problems. That's our job. Right? Having said that, the good news is technology can solve so many good things. What we need is governance, agreement, discussion. That's what we're doing here, right? Awareness, and of course the will, ultimately the political will to use it in good ways. I think William Gibson, science fiction author, once said, technology is morally neutral until we use it.
So let's take this relationship of the human to the algorithm. So we've had this sort of nightmare version from China where you can chat almost as much as you like. Obviously some things are censored now, but still a lot more than in the Soviet Union. But the trick is that the more you talk to one another, actually the more you're surveyed, and the more the government can target you or oppress you or whatever, take various actions. We have a similar-ish sort of sense through what Shoshana Zuboff calls surveillance capitalism, the idea the more you communicate online, the more you can be targeted, definitely by commercial companies, but also by political forces who can buy the same data. What would be a new kind of relationship? Is there a new social contract that we can have? Because at the same time, as you say, there are so many positives of being surveyed. Google managed to anticipate a flu epidemic breaking out because it could tell that people were talking about certain medical systems or searching for medical systems and managed to stop a flu epidemic from breaking out. So how do we keep the positive while giving a person rights around sort of commercial issues and certainly political issues?
Well, I think this is a question clearly of balance, not of black or white. Like I use the mobile phone, but I don't use it 24 hours a day.
I do.
Yeah, or in a way everybody does, right? But it's kind of like any drug, Like we allow alcohol in this country, and there are some rules about alcohol, but if you're 14, you can probably get a beer. It's not illegal, but we have rules, right? It's bad for you, but we have rules, right? So technology is kind of the same way. It's like we have to have rules that cover the extreme part, right? And have extreme rules for the extreme things, like artificial general intelligence, right? or autonomous weapons, or genetic engineering of humans, and so on. And the rest will be up for our discussion about what we find beneficial and what serves the human purpose, right? I mean, I think this is the difficult part, is that we need to get on the same page what we want, not what is possible. I mean, today we're sitting here and saying, okay, when I talk to my computer, it does not really understand me very well. Yeah, in 10 years, I'm going to talk to a machine as if it was my girlfriend. Right? That's already possible, but yeah, it will be perfect then. Right? So basically, we have to ask the question, what do we actually want from technology? Do we want to be superhuman? Do we want to become a machine, like Singularity is suggesting? And these are very deep questions that go towards democracy as well, because many people are suggesting that an algorithmic governance would be cleaner. It's a crazy idea, but not unheard of.
Yes, I mean, I hear that from some great luminaries in Silicon Valley, and I suppose the Chinese approach is a little bit like that as well. They're kind of saying, is that their argument they're making to the population partly, this is also going to be more efficient, will be a more efficient state. I mean, you'll be surveyed, but you know, this is actually going to be, we'll have better hospitals and better roads because of this. Or is that part of the offer that's being given?
Sure, that's... people doesn't really have a choice. It doesn't really have a public debate about it.
Yeah.
Right? But in the mind of a state and on the media they control, certainly that's the narrative. Right? China want to modernize, China want to develop, and this is good for stability, this is good for efficiency, this is for the economy, for convenience, and for China becoming a superpower, etc. But here's a couple of things we want to say. We always use the word technology, but let's be accurate a little bit more. The part you mentioned about information space, the social media, whether better for the democracy and how we make rules, is only one part of the issue now. We are facing bigger technological space, as you mentioned. For example, we are facing companies, not only Google, not only Facebook, but in the era of Internet of Things, it could be car company, it could be your speaker, it could be your refrigerator, are all collecting data from you and from the individual. Our daily behavioral data will become something that those algorithms the companies use as a knowledge collectively or individually about us, but for the purpose of making profit or advance political advertisement or things like that. And in the authoritarian state, that can be also using that to politically suppress you, right? So the ability to predict the human behavior and to nudge the human behavior individually and collectively, those technology empowered that. So to whom? Who owns that power? How do you control that power? What you are discussing and raise the question, raise the direction, is of course we regulate it. Right? Make our democracy work. And for those who undermine humanity, undermine quality of our liberty, and we should regulate them, or threatening the life in general. But we also facing some other question. You want to regulate Google because Google is getting too big? Maybe. Break them out. Facebook too. But at the same time, China doesn't do it. Baidu and Tencent getting bigger, Alibaba getting bigger and bigger. In the time of big data empowered artificial intelligence, data is one of the key factors that you can advance your technological level. There's an algorithm, there's a talent, but you have to have very large amount of data. That's what China has. If you regulate the companies outside of China and the matter of Japan or Europe, or particularly United States, you leave the Chinese companies even advance more. Like right now, Chinese companies are on the leading edge of facial recognition, voice recognition. Why? Because of data.
Bernadette, what I so much liked about your introductory remarks was this image that you conjured up at the end of really an alternative authoritarian model for the information space and for the internet and technology. What would be the foundations of a democratic counterweight to that? I mean, a couple of things come to mind straight away. For example, and I think we're going to get this in some of the regulation that's coming through, oversight of algorithms, some sort of public oversight of algorithms, and a radical transparency, so that when we see things online, we understand, is it a real person or a Russian bot? So that already would make it very different to the Chinese internet, where it's quite the opposite. They want closed algorithms, and they want to keep Chinese troll farms going. But what are the other ones? What are the sort of the foundational principles of a democratic information space of the future?
So I think that is the question, but it's even broader. It's what are the foundations of a transparent, democratic, and open digital architecture, and where we live more and more of our lives in, right? So the information space is one bit, is one piece of a broader puzzle, and I think the question, I will not have an answer, but I will have another question, which is, this is what we should be debating exactly right now. The question is, what do our rights and freedoms so hard won in our democracy, what do they look like online? What is the freedom of expression online? How do we ensure that the freedoms that we have won in the physical world are reflected in our online presence, which is pretty much an extension of our persona these days. Think of the freedom to protest. What does that look like online? What is legitimate? What it isn't legitimate? How do we guarantee legitimate rights, freedom of expression, and freedom of protest? To me, that's not to say that what you said is really important to ensure transparency, to ensure verification, that we have a clear way to understand where information comes from, if it's been manipulated, where it originates, but it should be discussed, in my opinion, as part of a broader conversation about what do we want the future of our democracy be like, because there is no future of our democracy without understanding what they look like in the digital space. So I think that's what we should be doing as democracies. We shouldn't be doing this alone, and we shouldn't think about it as a Western effort. I don't think it's helpful. I think we should work with our like-minded democratic partners globally. You can engage Korea, you can engage India, you can engage South Africa, many countries in Latin America. This should be our common interest to make sure that we do two things. On the international level, we promote a standard-setting mechanism so that we have common norms and common principles on these issues, but also on emerging technologies. What is ethical AI? What is ethical quantum computing? We should have this discussion in the international forum. And then as democracies, we should also have this discussion in our own societies. And the security bit I will add, and I'll stop here, is we shouldn't forget our infrastructure. In all this puzzle, we need to also make sure that we protect our critical infrastructure, that we protect our telecommunication infrastructure, and that we have a resilience and a resilient internet infrastructure and telecommunication infrastructure that allows us to then promote our values. So in other words, it's also what we buy, what we use, which technologies we employ. So if we have this conversation in the security and political realm at the same time, I think we're in a good place, which is not a solution, I know, but it's a start.
Yeah, you had a two-finger there, you want to jump in?
I'd like to comment on Xiao's China argument. I don't know enough about China. Having said that, I hear this all the time, that people are saying, well, if we don't do this, China is unlimited in their potential. They can use whatever data they want.
Well, actually, Google and Facebook like to say that whenever there's any chance of them being regulated, they're like, oh, well, we'll fall behind China.
And this is the argument, basically. China does evil things, parenthesis, so we can also do evil things, right? I call this the Oppenheimer argument. Yeah? Oppenheimer, of course, built a nuclear bomb. He built it primarily because he was worried about the Germans having the bomb, right? And in the end, it resulted in 2 bombs by the Americans. So this is a kind of arms race argument. I think if we look on the global level, artificial general intelligence, genetic engineering, and geoengineering are both potentially weapons. What we're looking at on a global level is that these weapons will require moratoriums and regulation on a global level. Yep. China already pulled back in the whole discussion about CRISPR-Cas9 after the doctor operated on the twins, was that 9 months ago, because China was worried about international blowback on this story of China experimenting with humans. Right? I don't believe that we can make an argument saying that China is going to build an artificial generally intelligent machine, and therefore we have to rush to build it before them. It sounds logical, right? Yes, but I think it's the wrong approach. I think we need to get on the same page for the extreme incidences of these kind of things, right? Because we have survived 2 nuclear weapons. We may not survive artificial general intelligence. Because, as was said earlier, it's a lot easier to build that stuff than to build a bomb. Right? So, talking about a 30-year horizon here, right? This is why I'm an optimist. I think we have at least 30 years before we have a super intelligent machine with an IQ of 1 million that is like a human.
Hold on, you're a futurist who thinks things are going to get better for a bit and then much worse, or what sort of futurist are you? Or it's always going to get better?
I think the next years will probably get worse in many instances. But generally speaking, it's better than we think because we have the tools, we just have to have the will. It's not the tools that we're missing, it's the discussion about what the tools should do.
But coming back to the next 30 years, Bernadette, I mean, I completely agree with you. What we need now is almost a piece of regulatory storytelling about what is human rights online, and so on. How do we take the principles of '89 and move them into this space? I actually think that we live in a new form of censorship today, where we don't understand how the information environment around us has shaped. That's incredibly corrosive to democracy, not only because it allows for Russian troll farms to do their work, but when Donald Trump's White House says 2020 elections are rigged because Google pushes up liberal news and pushes down conservative news, he might be right. We don't know. Because the algorithm is closed, that place where we're meant to have an open Havel-style debate has disappeared. And so that, that trust that's needed for democratic decision-making is being whittled away. So I can imagine how we create, I can just about imagine, we have online courts to guarantee human rights online. I've heard this proposal several times now, the idea that we literally have human rights online. And by the way, Facebook has even said that it wants to bring international human rights as the core of its regulatory terms of service. I can see all that. I can just about imagine enough democracies agreeing somehow about what this is. But it still leaves the question of, is this going to be pleasurable for people? I mean, what I find so interesting about this the China model and a little bit of the Russian model is that they're not just doing, we're going to crush you with our ideology. They're saying, we'll find out loads about you and we'll make your life fun. It's much more Brave New World than 1984. And I can imagine us having a human rights-based, ethical, transparent internet with oversight of algorithms and with clear rights of how your data is used, but their internet is going to be more fun and more exciting and more efficient. How do we, I mean, I think there is like, this sense we do get left behind.
Just quickly, before we go to those things, we have to think about how companies are incentivized today. How does the stock market work? Right? The stock market works based on shareholder value. Full stop. If you can sell out humanity, if you can put a machine in my head and it makes money, it's fine. Right? And this is what Elon Musk is suggesting. Right? So 4 weeks ago, you had all the CEOs of the US in this, what's called the shareholder board, or the CEO board, whatever it's called, business board, say that shareholder value cannot be the only thing that matters in the future because it will lead to an implosion. Right? So now, this is the key question. If we're going to have a stock market for, say, what has been called people, planet, purpose, prosperity, the triple bottom line, then we can say, well, this company is doing the right thing, but it's making less money, it's okay. Right? Facebook, great example, makes $156 million profit per day. It's the most successful digital stock in the history of all the US stocks. Right? And if this is going to change, then every time there's an issue with Facebook, 27 times last year, the stock goes up. Right? In other words, the stock market appreciates evil behavior. Right?
That
needs to change.
I think in the history of sort of information, media and communications, there's always been a tension between commercialization and the social good. I think in Europe we do have a philosophy of public service, and I think there's a lot of thinking now about what is a public service Facebook or what is public service media in the digital age. So I think in Europe we'll get there. In America I see a real problem where there isn't a tradition of this. And I mean, the behavior that Facebook incentivizes and that Twitter incentivizes is towards taking extreme polarizing positions. That's how you get likes and shares. That's how the ad tech system generates more money. So the whole system is geared towards summoning up politicians like Trump or Salvini. It's almost like brought them into being. But I want to open things up to the floor because we have an incredibly sort of talented and well-informed audience here. We have a box that we throw at you and that you can catch and say things into. I'm especially interested, I think, to hear from people who can tell us even more about the Chinese internet and what are the desires there that aren't being sated. Because look at what's happening in Hong Kong. You know, in the West, everybody is bored of democracy in some ways. While in Hong Kong, we see people sacrificing themselves for it. So clearly the Chinese internet can't satisfy something very fundamental and something still deeply connected to 1989. But I wonder whether we have the right language to express it in. Gentleman in the blue jacket. Yeah, it's the Internet of Things. It's recording everything.
It's very modern.
Yeah, I think you need to bring it closer to your mouth.
So, Chris Walker at NED. It was interesting that the Uyghur Autonomous Region wasn't raised during the discussion because, in a sense, the piloting of this brave new technological surveillance state is in full view there. And as Samantha Hoffman has written very precisely and eloquently about, it didn't start in Xinjiang or even in Tibet, but this is part of a much longer investment in a tech surveillance authoritarian model that China has developed. And I think the tension in this discussion is the Chinese authorities don't brook dissent. It's a control regime, so there's nothing to suggest that they will modify their behavior. In the meantime, we have these challenges coming from the major tech firms on the west coast of the US that have not themselves settled on democratic and human rights norms around the technology. I see nothing to suggest that in the AI sphere, apart from enormous military and security investment on the one hand and enormous commercial investment on the other, that there's a meaningful discussion about how human rights and democratic norms will wrap themselves around AI and machine learning. So I'm just wondering, I don't have the answer. I'm going to pose another question, which is the kind of trend today. Whether the panelists can give us a sense of where the traction will come for the sort of norms we need around these new and emerging technologies, which are coming very quickly, irrespective of whether it's in the next year or two or the next 5 years, it's already upon us. And yet I don't really see the structure or the mechanisms to have meaningful democratic and human rights norms around these new technologies.
That's because you live in America. No, in Europe there is a huge regulatory push. In Britain we have a new the white paper on online harms, which is all about this. It's a mess. But no, I think there's a very vigorous regulatory movement in Europe. What my American friends then tell me is that the Europeans want to regulate the internet because they're jealous of American success, which is maybe a little bit true, but I don't think it's the whole story. My worry is that Europe drifts away from America even further in trying to understand this space. I think it's so important for us to have at least the lowest common denominator of regulatory principles and an idea of the good between all the democracies across the world. No, I think Europe will move towards regulation. Britain is moving towards regulation. Even America, I hear it now mentioned, but it's usually about breaking the companies up and antitrust, which I don't think is much of a solution to actually a lot of the big problems. But what do you guys think?
Well, Chris, thank you for raising the issue of Xinjiang and the technologies. We're not just talking about in general terms or futures terms, right? We're talking about fact, like millions and millions of people and billion in China under such technology. The actual online investigation have found, for example, one database, live database, right, over 64 million Uyghurs, individual online information, the digital information, including identity and geo information, real-time monitored by the Chinese system, targeting on that particular ethnic group. But it's not just the Xinjiang. Again, in China, my own research group have found, for example, another live database in some third-class city of China, meaning it's not Shanghai, not Beijing, it's some third-class city, which means that technology probably uses all over the places, which monitor the real cell phone identity that in this particular database, live information on all the important private entertaining clubs in that city, meaning the people who have money and the power, as long as they go in with their cell phone, that technology will real-time remembers who and when and how long and where. Who would do that? The only one party would do that, which is the Ministry of State Security and Ministry of Public Security. Why you do that? Because they're monitoring the Chinese elite, the people who have the power and the money, that they are under surveillance all the time as well. That's how they govern the country. That's why the people stay in power. What I'm saying is these kind of Chinese technology are in real use and also on its way exporting along the Belt and Road and everywhere else toward the world. Every authoritarian regime will welcome that. Finally, let's say this is the country like China, the authoritarian regime has a competitive edge to develop, to deploy, and to export such technology. So that's the challenge we're really facing at the time of big data and machine learning and artificial intelligence. Now, yes, give all my respect to Europeans' effort to keeping the standard high and regulate. But on the technology development level, the top companies, if you count the top 20, they only in China and California, nowhere else. If you want to be able to catch up that space and development, make the regulation really have impact, that's where we have to go. Well, that's where the real challenge is. The more regulation in Europe, I'm afraid if you make European technology companies less and less relevant in this space, that's not good news for us, for all of us.
Can I just wanted to add a couple of very quick points. One on the reason why I'm not mentioning is I think we are using a specific country as an example, but of course we need to also look at this as a broader trend. This is not about just one element. And I think to go back to your point about the advantages of authoritarian governance plus surveillance technology, this is going to really help governments portray themselves as open enough by, for example, monitoring what are pet causes that we're interested in that don't interfere with the political elite's control. So, for example, I don't know, local playgrounds or some small increasing in the quality of air pollution, which is all great things to do. But if you cater towards that, you're able to sideline the bigger questions of human rights and governance and create an authoritarian model which I think is going to be very resilient and in some cases also popular. And I think that's something we need to figure out how to deal with. And again, I think this is a broader trend more than one specific country. On the AI, I agree that this is a central question. I'm a little bit more optimistic because I think as many of our countries are really developing their AI strategies in these years, they're coming together with a common set of concerns, and I think there is a slowly building up momentum that will foster that conversation. These are at least the signs that I see by reading tea leaves. The problem is, of course, by the time we've figured it out, the technology might have moved forward to such an extent that the policy responses we come up with don't fully account for everything. And that's the bigger problem we have when we're trying to regulate or to set up frameworks for emerging technologies. But the conversation is happening.
I'm going to take questions, but Gert, can you while we take the question, you want to, no, speak while the thing gets thrown.
I really think it's quite obvious, going back to the question, we need sort of a humanist renaissance in the digital age. Mm-hmm. The first renaissance was about us saying that, it's not about God, it's about us. Mm-hmm. And now technology came, and technology is the religion now, right? I mean, that's a fact, right? So now we have to say it's not about technology, it's about us. And the key is on this is not going to happen in America, because that's where all the money is made with technology. It's not going to happen in China. It has to happen here. If there's going to be a renaissance of being human in digital age, it has to come from here.
And we're going to come back to that, because I've been thinking about that a lot as we've been talking, and so obviously thinking about Havel a lot, because Havel's whole thing was how do you find the human in 20th century authoritarianism. But I'll come back to that. I want to take a couple of questions, and I don't want to hegemonize the conversation.
Yes. Yeah. Andra Gombe from Congo-Brazzaville. We have also poor censorship in Africa for internet. It's just shutting down the internet and because they don't have a technology. My question is more for the NATO missus is what we can do when all of the African cell phones are Chinese-based cell phones. And even the World Bank fund some backbone of internet backbone, and the country have the procurement to Huawei or to Tencent. So they are already building an internet, an alternative internet in Africa, while nobody's care about it.
Yes.
And Africa is the next big place for internet. So what is the solution and what do you think about it?
Let's take a few questions and then we'll see if we can take them together. I think that's a very, very important point. Let's take a few and then we'll try to combine them.
My name is Jonathan Taplin. I'm a professor at USC, and I wrote the first book to take on Facebook and Google called Move Fast and Break Things: How Facebook, Google, and Amazon Cornered Culture and Undermined Democracy. My worry is that I have not heard a single word about potential ways you might regulate these companies. And Gerd mentioned that Facebook is the largest market cap, quick growth company in the world. And the reason that is that it had a unique government advantage in that it has a safe harbor. No one can sue Facebook for anything that's ever put on Facebook. No other company in the world, other than Google, has that protection. So Facebook can publish the live videos of someone invading and killing 56 Muslims in New Zealand and bear no liability whatsoever. It seems to me, unless we're willing to take that on, nothing is going to change, because these companies are not going to regulate themselves.
Okay, so intermediary liability, China in Africa, and there are all these people here as well. Make some noise, I didn't know you were there.
This is dangerous. Hi, my name is Arzu. I'm from Azerbaijan. My question would be on the extent of this authoritarian technology when it comes to censorship. For instance, a gentleman mentioned that they just shut down internet in your country, whereas in our country you buy the surveillance technology that allows you to create internet blackouts, but in addition to that also organize attacks against certain websites like DDoS attacks, or send phishing emails to civil society activists in order to retract information. And all of this in our context has a huge impact on the work that is being carried out by journalists or civil society activists, because they rely on these online platforms to carry out their work, right? So, how do we also tackle this problem of, not only authoritarian countries buying authoritarian technology, but also how they're using it further to increase censorship in the country? And, as a representative of civil society, it's also really hard for us to catch up with countermeasures. And how do you, continue the battle, basically?
Okay. Oh, well, I didn't really... Why don't we start doing these, and then we'll take the last one last round of questions afterwards. They're kind of linked, the intermediate liability question and the question of online cyber militias and mobs. My sense is, again, in Europe and Britain, we are seeing a shift around liability. The British regulation is proposing what they call a duty of care. So not to make companies, not to make them responsible for each bit of content, but do they have safety systems in place to protect government critics who are suffering attacks from government or are facing genocide via Facebook in Burma and Sri Lanka? So they would have a duty of care, and if they're not doing enough, then they would be in trouble, and the British are proposing very strong fines and imprisonment. So very serious stuff. I have to say the human rights lawyers are all taking the position of the companies, because they're like, this is too vague. You know, we can't have this, this is way too vague. You're threatening to put Mark Zuckerberg in prison without specifying what it is he needs to do. So, but that conversation has definitely started in Britain. I think in Europe they'll probably go even further. And I think they're going to undo some of the regulation in the EU around liability. America, again, for me, is a crazy place going into a crazy direction. But do you want to jump in on that as well?
30 seconds. I will not jump into this particular because there are other two questions that I want to very quickly try to address. One is the point. One is, of course, the point about the increased exports of surveillance technology and how to support civil society and activists who are really on the losing side of this battle when it comes to the balance of power. And I think that's why we need to have a global conversation with like-minded democratic countries and also civil society. Because, for example, in Europe we talk a lot about the principle of transparency, which is great, to make sure that we know you are who you say you are when you're active on the internet, so you can be accountable for your abusive behavior, which we say perfect, but in a context of freedom of expression, this is fantastic. But if we push that standard, what will that do to our civil society friends that are working in authoritarian societies and that need anonymity to survive? So that's why this is, I don't have the perfect answer, but I know that if we only do it in our closed room in Brussels, we won't get it right. So we really need to find a balance and to support our civil society in authoritarian countries, because they cannot, they need some of the anonymity that for us is a problem. And that's just one example. There's many others. On the point raised on Africa, this I think is fundamental, and the question we should be asking ourselves is what can we do to support democratic countries that want to remain democratic in terms of pushing for international transparency, accountability, providing support, while recognizing that we have a problem. And I think I'll stop here, but before I stop, maybe now it's a good time to stress that all these remarks are in a personal capacity. I forgot to say it, but you know, given where this is going, this is just, you know, my 2 cents.
Maybe 2 points on the...
Very
quick. First, on the issue of regulation, I think we need to think of the idea of a license to operate. Right? A company needs a license to operate. And the oil guys had that, allegedly, and telecoms have that, other companies have that. What about these guys, Facebook, Google, Amazon? Do they need a license to operate? They do, and we have to make one. Right? That's not going to happen in America because, you know, yeah, unlikely. It has to happen here. And this is our chance in Europe to come together as the United States of Europe eventually to create these kind of licenses. Right? I know it sounds like a crazy concept. Yeah. Second, on Africa, the answer is clear. This is a financial issue, right? We need to have a public license for technology to give to Africa so that we can afford Africa to have smart cities and telecoms and not just go for the cheapest possible deal, which is, you know, whatever Chinese company will fund it, right? So, and that of course clearly is mingling with the free market, which is, yeah, how we do that, I don't know.
Okay, so now I've got a challenge for the people asking questions. You have to do your question in 1 sentence, and it's a question, not like a lecture.
Do I have to throw it?
Imagine this is a tweet.
I have to make it angry then.
Yeah, I know. Like cat gif.
I just wanted to hear about your opinion on the other big trend in technology, which is crypto and blockchain, which is more of an optimistic or positive trend towards the democratization of data and decentralization and less surveillance.
Okay. And the other... Okay, you're going to have to be very quick because we'll just be cut off. They practice censorship here as well.
So I was actually thinking of sharing some experience, but I think there's no time, so I'll pass on that.
You can come and talk to us later. Good throw.
Good morning. Thank you very much for great thoughts. My brief question is your comment to the following statement. The generation of 1989 says that the most precious thing we had was we had experienced not to trust the media, that you cannot think that there is truth in the media. How crucial is this for 21st century? Thank you.
Another 2 hours.
Who wants to dive in? I know nothing about blockchain, so maybe somebody else can do the blockchain question.
I can talk about blockchain,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure we want to spend a lot of time. Yes, there's a very fundamental decentralization character of that technology. Actually, let me even go a little more general. Yes, there are new innovations and new technological solutions, not only towards concentration of power and losing privacy, but from to solve to the other side, right? To protection, to protect our privacy, decentralize the power, etc. That should be encouraged. That kind of innovation, but it's not just naturally happen. Yeah. We haven't touched upon many other things such as genetic editing and all these other side of technological advancement. But what I want to say is, looking humanity even in a more deeper level, we cannot just fool ourselves to say freedom is the only thing human wants. Otherwise, there wouldn't be authoritarian regime. There wouldn't be the hierarchy. There wouldn't be the tribal. There wouldn't be the war. Humanity itself has this conflict nature of we have many, many characteristics that it's not the liberal democratic human rights principle simply can catch. But we are in this turn of history that what we established since Enlightenment, that see human is a autonomous, sort of agent, are facing a new wave of challenge in the new technological era. I see you are nodding, so I'll let you to take over.
So, I've been given, this is almost like something out of some sort of existential thing. Time is up, Peter, and a little smiley face going, I mean, this is how death comes for one. I'm going to have a last word, though, on that, because I think actually that's been the line in our discussion. What is the human? And does the new technology redefine the human? And does it make authoritarianism more appealing? And I'm going to end on a positive, which I think has got a Havel-like sense to it. Because if so much of Havel's work was about finding the human in a fake system. There's a very good new novel called Zed by an English novelist called Jonah Kavanagh, which is a comedy about a dystopian future where the algorithms control everything. Yeah? All our behavior is predicted by algorithms. They find us our ideal jobs, our ideal wives, everything. But it doesn't work, because algorithms aren't the human. And I wonder if the new bit of where we find our reality will come when we realize what algorithms can't predict. So however good the Chinese system is at understanding its population, it still won't find everything. And it'll be in that space where we can find that idea of the human. That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much for coming to our session on the Hong Kong protests and hope. President Xi Jinping started this year by pronouncing that it would be the year of Chinese reunification. He was wrong. He also assumed that he would be able to subsume Hong Kong with an extradition law subjecting anybody in Hong Kong to rendition to the mainland's court system. This has been a surprise, so much a surprise to the CCP playbook that they have been making one mistake after another, raising the issue of freedom in a way that even resonates in liberal democracies like mine, where we tend to take our freedom for granted. We're so honored to have with us two champions of Hong Kong democracy. His Eminence, Cardinal Zen, Bishop Emeritus of Hong Kong, and Arnold Chung, founding member of Demosisto, a youth political initiative formed after the umbrella movement in Hong Kong. They are literally taking time away from the protest to be here with us, and I really want to value their time. Personally, I find the Hong Kong protests to be profoundly hopeful. They have now defied all odds at day 126 and counting. So I'd like to have a very brief dialogue, and then I'd like to open it up to the audience because I know that probably all of you would like to learn from people on the front line of this emerging and ongoing fantastic and inspirational fight for freedom. So, Your Eminence, you have for a lifetime been an advocate for freedom, democracy, and human rights in Hong Kong, and been active throughout, including now. Could you share your thoughts on the current Hong Kong protests and the way that they are conducted and organized?
I live in Hong Kong for more than 70 years, so I feel really a citizen of the city. And we are being threatened of losing all our freedoms. And so, since many years, we try to voice our worries. And you should have admired all those rallies by 1 million and 2 million, but the government is not listening. And so finally, during the umbrella movement, the students came out, and recently some other young people came out. They thought we may use some more energetic way to make our voice heard. But unfortunately, there is no hope we can be stronger than the other part, because the government is like a lion. Hong Kong is just like a small rabbit. So it's very worrying that the situation is going out of control, because the government, both Hong Kong and Beijing, they decided not to giving anything. And so what can we do? I mean the majority of Hong Kong citizens, we are for peace, rationality, no violence. And so we are afraid that the violence is not the solution. But when you want to use some more energetic means, you are in the danger of going into the violence. And so these last few days, we have really big worries about our future. And I think the problem is not only from the government, and they are just after power, but I think the solution should come also from ourselves, because there is still some gap between the majority of the old people, the peaceful, and the young people who are more impatient. And I really hope that the future may be in a more deep dialogue among ourselves. And so to be really united, and then maybe we can put our demands more efficaciously to the government.
Thank you. I would think one of the profound elements of the Hong Kong protests this time around is the massive involvement of young people. And I think that Arnold can tell us his perspective and share why the approach is the way it is, deliberately, not with a single primary contact, but in order to allow people from a different generation who are in, frankly, a desperate situation in Hong Kong now. So, Arnold?
Yes, I think, well, the whole conference have a theme of 1989, and I think it's remarkable that 1989 is the year right after the Tiananmen massacre that Hong Kong people come to the streets in the number of millions, and then 30 years after that, we have another huge protest with millions of people coming on the street and fighting for our own freedom and fighting for the elements which are supposed in our promised one country, two systems, which are no longer there. But I want to add something, because I think the protest in Hong Kong is still going, and I think it was still going on for a long time, because many of the Hong Kong people actually thinking that this is actually the last chance we get to really defend our freedoms. We are very afraid that after this chance, if we have lose this battle for our own freedom and democracy, China will further clamp down on Hong Kong and we will lose all of our autonomy. So actually this is a very big mentality within the people of Hong Kong that this might be our last chance. And people are fighting with all their means and they do all their best to do it. And there are actually many reports that young protesters are actually drafting their last will and taking their last will on them before they took to the streets, because police brutality is going very high in Hong Kong. So I think this is what's happening in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is really on the crossroads. Rather, we can win this battle and then we could defend our freedom, or we could develop a democratic system which was promised and is not here, or our autonomy will further being clamped down.
Your Eminence, I know that you are an advocate of dialogue and coming to understandings and agreements. In this scenario, dealing with the government that we're talking about, how much confidence can we have that any agreement or contract or any promises made will ever be fulfilled?
I think when they promised the one country, two systems, we had reason to believe it may be sincere, because it's really to their advantage to keep the Hong Kong system as it was. But then little by little, we noticed that they go back to their promises. And the communist system is all based on power. So they are so mad about power. So when they are challenged on that, they may even forget their own advantages. They may be so silly to destroy the system of Hong Kong. And so we in Hong Kong, we are very educated people, so we don't believe in violence. But also because the violence may provoke the other part into madness. So we really hope they may understand some other kind of power. I hope the majority of the citizens who go for rally, you imagine under the sun of somebody in Hong Kong. People walk for hours in hundreds of thousands and 1 million, 2 million. Sorry. I think they need to have their voice united, because we can chant slogans, but I think we need to reason, to show them that we are to be trusted. We are not for the destruction of our country, and that we are in no way in the possibility of doing that. And so our demands are reasonable, because a Hong Kong with the system of Hong Kong is really for the good of our country.
I agree. And for a headless protest movement such as this, maybe, Arnold, you could shed some light on, for the audience, about how the 5 demands came about.
Well,
and actually, if anybody doesn't know what the 5 demands are, maybe you should tell them.
Well, I don't go into the details right here, but actually, the movement starts with an extradition bill,
Sure.
which will allow Hong Kong people to be extradited to China, and then we thought that was unacceptable. And then as the movement goes on, we add in demands of democracy, we add in demands of requesting the government to not politically persecute our protesters, so on and so forth. So I'm not going to details, but actually, to your question, how these 5 demands are coming from it. These demands is not decided by a particular organization or party. There are actually no major parties or organization leading the protest. These demands or these consensus are actually coming from the actions of the protesters. There's one night that protesters break into the Legislative Council building in Hong Kong, which marks another stage of our protest. And on that night, the protesters inside issue a statement. And in that statement, we come up with a consensus which the whole Hong Kong protesters agrees on, which is the 5 demands. And then we could hear the message of 5 demands, not one less, all over Hong Kong for the coming months. So I think there's a special characteristics of Hong Kong movement is that we don't have one single organization or platform which are leading it. Even veterans, even very experienced social activists are only facilitating the movement to happen and facilitating in the way which they are good at. There are people organizing huge scale protests. There are people planning on international campaigns. There are people planning on crowdfunding campaigns to put newspaper advertisement all over the world, and people are working in their own way to make the movement happen.
Well, this also happens in the wake of deteriorating freedoms in Hong Kong. So in many ways, the extradition law was the straw that broke the camel's back, I think, for the citizens. This subject deserves much more than 30 minutes, obviously. Just the tactics and the strategies employed by the protesters deserves its own session. But it's happening right now. It's so real and so profound, and it is courage in the face of a very, very, very strong bullying country. So I want to, unless one of you has more comments you want to make, I really want to throw it out to the audience so that we could have questions about the protests from people on the front line to help educate the world, because we don't get a glimpse of this very much. So we have the ball mic, the square ball mic, and we're going to toss it to whoever has a question. And please ask a question. Don't make a statement. Don't make a speech. Let as many people as possible ask questions. Thank you. I think you have to talk into that black circle.
Okay, I'm from mainland China. I was born and raised there, like for 20 years. My whole life were there, and I, like, in the light of mutual understanding, I actually find like both sides will have different narratives of the incidents happening in Hong Kong. Like I know in the Hong Kong media, they portray like the violence was from the police, but in the mainland China, they are really portraying like the violence caused by the protester to make Hong Kong a really chaotic place. And I want to ask, how do you comment on that? And also, they also say that there is actually a large majority, the silent majority, who are actually pro the Chinese communist, like really pro-China side, which they are not on the street to protest, but they are the ones who are suffering all the consequences by the protest. So I would also ask you, how do you comment on that? And second question is like, although like I don't really...
Let's just try with the first one first.
Okay,
Let's just do that. Okay, so if I understand his question, he is saying that he's from the mainland and they have very opposing information about what's happening in Hong Kong. So could you comment on the perspective from being in Hong Kong?
Well, I think this gentleman mentioned about silent majority, and in social movement, people get affected, right? But I think in Hong Kong, even there are confrontations. I won't say that there are no confrontations between the protesters and the police, but those confrontations are usually not targeted to ordinary civilians. They are only confrontation between the protesters and the police. And protesters may also target government properties, government buildings, but protesters don't target on other civilians. So in the sense that, well, maybe there's a part of the people here who are not speaking up about the issue, but mostly they are not affected. Protest goes on the weekend, and many people still go to work on weekdays. So this has happened for over 14 and 15 weeks, and it has been like that, and it will go on like that.
Thoughts, Your Eminence?
I lived all the time in Hong Kong, except 7 years between 89 and 96. Teaching in the seminaries in China, spending 6 months a year. So I can understand how the people under the totalitarian regime, they easily, maybe at the beginning, they resist to that brainwashing, but little by little, you know, the government is so powerful so that people may believe much of what they say and what they see on the news. And so surely there is a big distance between Hong Kong and the mainland. We are still enjoying many of the freedoms. You just imagine how we, every year we remember the Tiananmen Square. We have a big candlelight vigil. We can shout against the government. So I can understand the distance. It takes time for people who come out from China to understand. We have a lady professor in the University of Hong Kong. She explained how, you know, we must understand this difference of understanding. So there is no surprise that the people coming from China to Hong Kong, they find another word.
Or the people in the mainland. So is there a silent majority? I'm sorry, the question was, is there a silent majority of Hong Kong citizens that don't care about the issues? That was part 2 of his question.
Yeah, that's the question, yeah. I think Hong Kong people used to be formed by the refugees from China. So they were very happy to have this free word, but maybe they had some illusion because it was just a borrowed time and borrowed space. But little by little, the second generation, they never experienced real life under those times. And also they see the present in China also very different from immediately after the liberation. And so, it's a... So, oh, no.
Just a coincidence,
it's
I'm sure.
I think those of the second generation, they find some difficulty in understanding the things which happen. And also because, Hong Kong has a legislation by which every day 150 persons can come from mainland. Now, the selection of people is in the hands of the Chinese government. So about this more than 20 years, you can understand that many of new generation, they are of different mentality. And also because the relation between Hong Kong and China is more and more strict. So many people depend on China for living. And so they don't like such a disturbance to their way of life. And so I can understand, but what we treasure is our freedom. And to defend freedom, you may have to pay something, but actually it would be unwise for us to demand too much. And so during that long occupying the center, during the umbrella movement, it was too long. Now, that was a conspiracy on the government because they wanted it to be long, to annoy the people. And this time, it's also very dangerous now because the action the young people are taking are on the border of violence. And so the people are obviously against that. So I can understand the ill feeling in many people against this protest.
Arnold? Okay, so let's throw the ball. Right here. There's like 3 in a row, so.
Thank you. Yeah. I come from Mexico, and my question is, in Latin America, we're facing totalitarian regimes advancing frequently, and we have faced these kind of systems as something very unnatural to our culture. But right now, we have essentially in Venezuela and Nicaragua, people that it's opposing those regimes, and they are looking at Hong Kong as a very successful civil resistance fight. And my specific question is, what piece of advice could you say to them because you have been very successful in communicating to the people of Hong Kong what you are doing, very precise causes, and the successes against one of the most powerful totalitarian systems in the world ever. Thank you.
I think that the summary of the question is really protest best practices.
I think,
and we have seen a lot of evolution between the umbrella movement and this one.
Well, I think there's no best way to do the movement. I think, well, Hong Kong people, the protesters in Hong Kong are actually learning all over the world. On the 30th anniversary of the Baltic Way, we have the Hong Kong version of it. It was just an imitation, actually. It's nothing new, but we find this as a way to show our unity, show our solidarity, and we are also learning from different movements around the world. I think there are so many contexts everywhere, so I think it's difficult to say there's a one way out. But I think Hong Kong have been successful in adapting to what the government throws to us and learning what other countries have experienced in. So I think that's a key thing for the Hong Kong protest to sustain for a long time. Cardinal has mentioned on the umbrella movement, people may think, oh, it's too long and people are getting annoyed. So people are coming out only on the weekends, largely this time. So this
that's an
kind of
innovation.
learning,
Right.
this kind of evolution. And then people are getting adaptive. People will evaluate what they're doing on the previous week, and then they will suggest new tactics on the new week. And then people will even go to the protesting and apologize to the people getting affected on the next day of the protest. So I don't think there's a perfect way to do standing up against authoritarian regimes, but the way out is to being adaptive.
I think that is a profound characteristic of the current Hong Kong protest movement. It's a very dynamic and adaptive, and there have been so many different tactics taken by the authorities that the protesters are continually evolving. And I think that that is one characteristic of this protest movement. The lady sitting in front of you also had a question? Okay, and then there's the guy waving his hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mia from Vietnam, and I have two questions for Mr. Arnold too. The first question is that we all know that the Hong Kong people have been demonstrating for more than 4 months, and it still not stops. But so my question is, do you have any strategies for Hong Kong people to continue their demonstration? And what if the government do not accept your demand? And the second question is, what is the role of political parties like Demo Sister in the demonstration of Hong Kong?
I think that's a question for you.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't hear the first one.
Oh, okay. She asked, one part of her question was, how are the political parties involved in the protests? And the first part was, what is your strategy and what is your hoped outcome? And then I would love to get the Cardinal's view on what he thinks is an outcome.
Well,
for me, I don't think we can teach other people. We have to learn much. And that's why I've been to Vietnam. And 2 years ago, I came here to visit Hungary, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, to learn. And this time I'm coming old man and with hard hearing. I still want to learn because the situation is different. The communism is like the Catholic Church is always the same, but they can adopt different strategy. It depends on the different history, background of the people. We cannot teach other people. We may learn something. And so being a Catholic priest, I'm particularly concerned about the religious persecution. Now, I noticed that in the European countries, there is a deep root of faith, and also in Vietnam, and the bishops are very well united. They can resist. Unfortunately, in China, we are having a complete defeat. Right. And there are other reasons I will not mention this time.
Well, for the political party part, I think since the umbrella movement that political parties is not a major actor in the movement. It's mostly, it's all the people themselves. Even like social activist groups are finding difficulties in so-called leading or finding a role in this movement. So for political parties, it's extra difficult for them because there are even some, I would say, distrust between the really hardcore protesters and the political party. But actually, those legislators is also working hard inside the system for the extradition bill. Actually, the movement built up its momentum before the June, before the million large-scale protests take to the street. Actually, the legislature take months trying to block the bill to go, and then that's why there's a long period of time that we are building our momentum and that we are managed to organize such a large-scale rally.
Okay, I know that people really want to know what the outcome is going to be, but I do really want to, time is up. So the guy that was waving his arm, I really want to give him a chance to ask his question.
Yes, hello. Konstantin Egetz from Russia. I work for Deutsche Welle, a German international broadcaster. I have two questions, one for Arnold, and it is about the deployment of PLA and all these kind of threatening tactics. We do know that such regimes feel that if it doesn't work, they have to kind of jack up the volume. Mm-hmm. So what do you think is the possibility of a full-on, full-scale assault by the Chinese military in Hong Kong? And my other question is to His Eminence. Eminence, it may be quite an awkward question, but for you, but knowing about the outreach that the Holy Father had towards Beijing with regard to changing the state of affairs with the Catholic Church, do you think that what happens in Hong Kong will have an impact on the way the Holy See thinks about China? Thank you.
So you start because he's translating?
Well, yeah, maybe I'll
and we're all on borrowed
first,
time
yes.
now.
Very short. I think there's a sort of common understanding that the PLA will never go into Hong Kong. They will just station in the border.
It's a threat.
Yes, and the point is, if the PLA really charge into Hong Kong, then the one country, two system would declare officially over. Now it's like, it's still there, but people know that it's not there. But Chinese could still fool around in the world, say, oh, one country, two system is still working. And then that's what they're trying to do. So I think the PLA will have
and plus, everything they're doing is just an example to Taiwan about what one country, two systems will look like there. Your Eminence?
I don't think I can speak in the name of the Vatican. I am an outsider already, yeah? And since their objective is to please the Chinese government, to be able to carry on a dialogue, which is already near its end. They have already finished their operation. And you can notice that the Holy Father dares to reproach many people, but never said anything against the government of Beijing. So you can understand that they are not coming to our aid for Hong Kong.
So His Eminence is quite a prolific writer on this issue of the Vatican and China, so I recommend that you look up his writings. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you to the audience. Sorry it was such a race against time, but it's a big subject. Thank you.
potem to, co pan powie, to ja powiem tutaj w mikrofon. Słyszy pan coś, co ja mówię?
Teraz tak słyszę. To tak niech pani mówi, jak teraz. A może sobie założę to...
Ja muszę powiedzieć, że panu mikrofon wyłącza.
Ustroję sobie, będę lepiej słyszał.
Shall we? All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michal Žantovský, and I'm the executive director of the Václav Havel Library in Prague, and actually the Václav Havel Library, together with the Forum 2000, are the organizers of this program and partners throughout the conference. And the subject of this panel is very topical for me. It's about Václav Havel. It will have been 30 years ago in February when Havel addressed the joint session of the US Congress and introduced some ideas to the congressmen and the senators that they were not so much accustomed to hear very often. And in his speech to the session, he said, among other things, that the only genuine core of all human actions, if they are to be moral, is responsibility. Responsibility to something higher than my family, my country, my firm, my success. And it is this concept of responsibility that I believe is under siege in politics today. And when you invoke it, you often risk being seen as naive or worse. And so my question to our panelists, and I will first introduce them, and the first of our panelists is Hayuki Hana Tulien, and I'm aware I'm butchering the name, but I tried, I rehearsed, I practiced to no avail. Anyway, Hanuki, she's the president of the Protection of Rights Without Borders in Armenia, and this is the relevant information for you. Then we have our old friend Adam Michnik, who's the editor-in-chief of Gazeta Wyborcza, this little Polish newspaper that you may have never heard about. And we have another old friend, Vesna Pusic, who was the foreign minister of Croatia and a practicing politician for many, many years now. And then, last but certainly not least, we have Lapsang Sangay, who's the head of the Central Tibetan administration and also now a good acquaintance. So welcome all. And let me ask the first question to all of you. How does the politics in your country or in your region conform to this criterion of responsibility that Havel set up there for all of us to look at? Hanuki?
Yeah. Thank you. So I will pronounce my name to make it sure how it is in Armenian. So my name is Haikuhi, which simply means Armenian woman. So that's easy to memorize and pronounce. So what I would like to share as a thought about responsibility and what is the modern tendency for political responsibility, I think it's very decisive for for global world. What we are observing, politicians are exercising power without responsibility. And I think these tendencies are quite very well spread all over the world, but also in our region, in our Eastern Partnership region and in Armenia. But also what we observe, how citizens are trying to hold their politicians accountable and somehow to put this responsibility on them is through the civilian resilience and also through the protests that we are observing recently. So the previous session was somehow demonstrated that when the politicians are not exercising this responsibility burden on them, then citizens come up for putting them on pressure for this responsibility.
Thank you, Haikui. Got it right now, yeah? Now, Adam, we just taking in the results of the parliamentary elections in Poland. Don't look so sad. How does the concept of responsibility stand in Polish politics, media, civil society today?
Odpowiedzialność ma dwa znaczenia. Po pierwsze, to jest moja odpowiedzialność za to, co się dzieje w moim kraju.
Responsibility has two meanings. The first meaning is the responsibility I have for what is happening in my country.
A drugie to jest odpowiedzialność ludzi, którzy sprawują władzę za to, co robią.
And the second meaning is the responsibility or accountability of people who are in power for what they do.
Więc o tej pierwszej odpowiedzialności to nie ja powinienem mówić, tylko inni powinni mówić.
As far as the first meaning, the first kind of responsibility is concerned, namely my personal responsibility, it is not my place to cover it. I think somebody else should talk about me.
Ja czuję się odpowiedzialny.
I feel responsible for what I do.
I mogę powiedzieć, że tak jak potrafiłem, starałem się zapobiegać tym złym procesom, które zachodzą w moim kraju, ale też i w innych krajach.
And I tried as best as I could to prevent all the bad processes and tendencies that we witnessed in my country and also abroad.
Jestem redaktorem gazety i pisaliśmy o tym, co w Słowacji robił Mečiar.
I am the editor-in-chief of the newspaper you mentioned, and as a newspaper we tried to cover what Mečiar was doing in Slovakia.
Pisaliśmy o tym, co w Chorwacji robił Tudjman, a w Serbii Milošević.
We covered what Tudjman was doing in Croatia, what Milošević was doing in Serbia.
Dużo pisaliśmy o Tybecie.
We had large coverage of Tibetan situation.
Dalai Lama spotykał się z nami.
We met with Dalai Lama.
Wreszcie pisaliśmy o Armenii i o tym ormiańskim cudzie, kiedy lud obalił skorumpowany rząd.
And we also covered Armenia, the incredible, miraculous situation where it was the people who actually managed to overcome the government that was not doing what they should.
To, co jest niepokojące, to jest to, że w naszych krajach zwycięża model pełzającego odchodzenia od demokracji.
What worries me and what is worrisome is that in our countries what we see is that people are refraining slowly, step by step, moving away from democracy.
Klasykiem gatunku jest prezydent Łukaszenka.
I think Lukashenko is a classic example here.
Putin jest jego plagiatorem.
Putin is sort of a plagiator.
A Orban i Kaczyński są plagiatorami Putina.
And Orban and Kaczynski are copycats of Putin.
Ale nie jest to tylko fenomen krajów postkomunistycznych.
But it's not only in post-communist countries that you see that.
Wtedy, kiedy Václav Havel formułował swoje idee, zupełnie inaczej wyglądał demokratyczny Zachód.
At the time when Havel was forming his ideas and notion, the Western democracies looked completely different.
Nie było Brexitu.
There was no Brexit.
Nie było alternatywy dla Niemiec.
There was no alternative.
Alternatyw für Deutschland.
There was no alternative for Germany.
Nie było Salviniego.
There was no Salvini.
A przede wszystkim nie było Trumpa.
And there was no Trump, obviously.
Trump zmienił wszystko.
Trump was a game changer.
I w tej chwili nad światem wisi widmo wielkiego sojuszu lidera z Pekinu, lidera z Moskwy i lidera z Waszyngtonu.
And now the world is faced or overshadowed by this potential huge friendship and association of the leader from Beijing, from Moscow and from Washington.
To jest koalicja antydemokratyczna.
It's an anti-democratic coalition.
To jest gorzej niż pakt Mołotow-Ribbentrop, gorzej niż Monachium, gorzej niż Jałta.
It's worse than Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty, it's worse than Munich.
I odpowiedzialność nasza jest szukać odpowiedzi na pytanie, jak się temu przeciwstawić.
And it is our goal, our job and our responsibility to find a question what to do about it, how to prevent it.
Wonderful. Wes, now on to you.
As for the responsibility and this whole notion that Havel brought to politics in general, not only to Eastern Europe, certainly not only to Czechia or Czechoslovakia at that time, but really to the world, and it worked for a while. Unfortunately, I would say, if I had to answer in one short sentence, this responsibility for something that's bigger than yourself, that's bigger than your cause, that's bigger than your country, it turned into the exact opposite. I don't see politicians, certainly in general, I wanted to say in our part of the world, but actually in general, being responsible even to their countries. They're, I would say, mostly responsible or feel responsible for their parties. This is how far they will go. And whatever is not good for my party is out. Whoever is not for my party or from my party is out. And this is becoming seriously dangerous. It's becoming seriously dangerous, I would say, and here I would follow something that Adam has said, because regardless of what was happening on the day-to-day basis, we always, all of us had this feeling that there is some kind of standard out there. Certainly for us in Eastern Europe, standard was Havel, but he's gone. Globally, America was a kind of standard. But now you have no place to turn. We all believed that institutions would be way stronger. They proved not to be that strong, and they proved to actually behind this smokescreen of showmanship, the institutions are being deconstructed, the old, stable institutions. What are we going to do? We've only started 30 years ago to build these things. So I think we really need to start rethinking not only basic concepts, but we have to start rethinking something that Havel also introduced, and this is think for ourselves, actually rely on ourselves. There is no them anymore, not even in the positive sense. And there is this famous Teresa Taranska's book called Them, where she speaks of the old nomenclatura And she did the interviews of the old nomenclatura, and everybody was talking about them. In other words, it wasn't us, it was somebody else. Well, in a funny way, this, I feel, is now happening to us. There is no more them. We are them.
Well, we may get back to that later, but first, Lobsang Sangay, is this concept of responsibility in a different part of the world, in a different political context, is it even relevant? Is it important?
As you can see, I'm the only non-European person who's tested on European leader Václav Havel on human responsibility. But perhaps I will be the one who will give a affirmative yes answer, because in our part of the world, at least in the Tibetan world, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is our leader, and actually he is the twin brother of Václav Havel in his philosophy, in his approach. You talked about human responsibility, which you defined it as beyond one person, beyond nation, and beyond cause. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama has written a book called Universal Responsibility. So every person, a leader, should always think of universe and humanity as priority before deciding on your own family, on your own community, even your own nation and region. So yes, Václav Havel's twin brother, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, follows human responsibility and universal responsibility. And it's not just theory. Our movement is based on nonviolence. Again, it's thinking of others. Our administration, the movement is run on democratic basis, democracy in exile, which is very unique and never happened before. And it is also a party-less democracy, because we believe that political parties often fight for their party's interests over national or regional interests. Hence, if you get rid of political parties, you take the self and you take them out and you become we. So even in our schools, the values we are taught is always others before self. Hence, it's a problem now. Politicians don't take responsibilities, business leaders don't take responsibilities, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama has found, in a way, he's indicating the problem lies with the values and the principle intrinsic and inherent in human beings. Hence, where is the fault? In the education system. In the modern education system, emphasis is on your ambition and your personal success. Hence, he has come out with this education curriculum called SEAL learning, which is social, emotional, and ethical learning. Because nowadays, people are socially imbalanced, emotionally disturbed, and ethically questionable. These are never addressed at the school level. Once they become a good student, they become successful professional, successful leader and business people, but they are not good human beings. Now, how can you make a leader who is successful but also a good human being? So for which we need to educate them at their school level how to be socially balanced, emotionally balanced, and ethically right. Once you do that, then once you become a leader, either political or business leader, you will be a leader, a true definition of leader. Leader essentially means when an ordinary person does something extraordinary. That's called leadership. And that's what Václav Havel is looking for. Someone who can think beyond oneself, beyond one's country, and beyond one's community for the universe and for the humanity. So that's what we should be moving towards.
Thank you so much. Well, that sounds like a wonderful recipe, but let's get back on the ground and let's make this a little bit more interesting, because we are running a risk here of extolling and praising responsibility as a concept and then complaining about how little of it we can find in the world around us. But we who are fortunate enough to live in democracies, have the voters to contend with, the people. And the question is responsibility what the voters are looking for? I mean, in the olden days, you could argue that, yes, people expected their leaders to be responsible, not to waste the public money, not to steal for themselves, not to start stupid, unnecessary wars, etc., etc. But is this what the voters are looking for today? Or are they looking for entertainment? If you look at some of our recent leaders, are they looking for entitlements? Or are they looking to be left alone? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to enforce responsibility in politicians if the voters, unless the voters insist on it. Do they insist on it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may I think here we should also discuss another challenge that is somehow coming because of these advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and algorithmic decision-making systems are now targeting population, where the question who is taking responsibility to challenge and to hold politicians accountable for their promises is somehow missing. So what we are facing currently, these micro-targeting instruments that are used by politicians during the campaign somehow establishes this collective problem where individuals are using their own responsibility to challenge how and what should be done by myself as a responsible citizen and how I can somehow contribute in creating this social foundation for the society to preserve rule of law, democracy, but also somehow to have my say in developing the public policy. So here what we see, and it was also already so well exercised in many countries during the elections, what we faced, these micro-targeted politicians use the group of people, manipulating them through this algorithmic decision-making system and through somehow influencing on their decision to vote. But when it comes to the outcomes, we already have a system, we already have politicians elected, then who is challenging them or who is enforcing them to apply the policies or the programs that they were campaigning for before the election. So here we see that this collective problem somehow deprives an individual from the responsibility to challenge and to even raise these kind of questions. And now also what we face, who is taking responsibility for these algorithmic decision-making processes? Who is standing behind all these? And who is somehow trying to prevent influence and manipulation of voters through these new technological instruments? And here I don't see, unfortunately, that now as moral agents or as a member of societies, we are trying to preserve and somehow to secure this concept of rule of law and democracy through exercising our right to participate, but also to make our governments and politicians accountable for decision making.
I think if you look at if there's a metrics and measurement, as per the Václav Havel's philosophy of human responsibility, perhaps we have failed in the last 30 years. The voter registration and participation in all the major democracies have decreased and continue to decrease. Now, if you listen to the millennials, even if you listen to Greta Thunberg, I think she is scolding elder generation right, left, and center for all the destructions in the climate change and the global warming, for failing them. Right? And also the millennials' mantra is YOLO. You only live once. That means they have given up on the elder generation leadership, be it on media or politics or business. They say, you only live once, have fun in this life, don't worry anything else. So the fact that the millennials' mantra is YOLO, you only live once, I think it's an issue of moral crisis that we have reached. So we really have to dig deep down as to the approaches. I think it's not simply institutions or legal system or, even media perhaps. For example, in the US, there was a campaign finance reform, how to restrict, lobbies' donation to political parties. And there's one provision which said the politicians should not sit with lobbies and eat dinner and get donation. And what did the politicians do? They went to cafeteria and did not sit but stood, have coffee and took the donation anyways, you see. So they always find loopholes in the system and laws. So hence, it's an issue of moral crisis and the values. So I think we have to start with the new education system. We have to start with the new political system. As I said, a partyless democracy is the best way to move forward.
Okay. Anyone else wants to?
I want to, but I don't want to take it from Adam.
Vesna, please.
You want to go first? Go first.
Są tutaj dwa poziomy. Pan Lobsang Sangaj proponuje taką refleksję filozoficzno-egzystencjalną.
I think there are two levels of the problem here. The first level is what Mr. Lobsang Sangay said, and it's a philosophical and existential approach.
Ona jest w moim przekonaniu nieprzekładalna na język konkretnej polityki.
And I think it's not possible to translate it into the language of a very specific politics.
Mnie ona jest bliska jako pewna lekcja, bym powiedział, pielęgnowania własnego sumienia, własnej duszy.
I feel very strongly about what you said about your words. I really identify with it. I believe it's a good lesson in taking good care of your conscience and of your soul.
Natomiast Havel próbował zastosować swoje zasady etyczne w konkretnej polityce.
But what Havel was trying to do was to apply his ethical principles in a very specific political environment.
I robił to w dwóch różnych sytuacjach.
And he did it in two different situations.
Najpierw, jeszcze jako pisarz, nazwijmy to dissident.
First, it was when he was a writer, let's call him a dissident writer.
I z tego okresu pochodzą jego dwa fundamentalne teksty. List do Havla, do Husaka i Siła bez siły. Bez siły. Moc bez mocy.
And there are two major texts from this period. The first one was the letter to Husak and the power of the powerless.
No i tu można powiedzieć, że Havel był dość bliski Dalajlamie, tak jak bliski Dalajlamie był Sokrates.
And one could say that he was really close in his writings to Dalai Lama, the same way as Socrates was close to Dalai Lama.
Ale nagle Sokrates przeobraził się w Peryklesa. Zdobywa władzę, jest prezydentem.
But then suddenly Socrates turned to Pericles. He turned to power, to the president.
I trzymając się swoich zasad etycznych, Havel tracił popularność w czeskim społeczeństwie.
And since he became the president, Havel, who wanted to stick to his ethical principles, became less and less popular with Czech society.
Dlatego, że Havel był permanentnym wyrzutem sumienia.
He was this permanent, unclear conscience for the Czech society.
Ja to świetnie znam z Polski. W Polsce było tak samo.
And I know it very well from Poland. We had the same situation.
W Rosji to samo było z Sacharowem. Andrzej Sacharow.
The same happened in Russia with Sakharov.
Ja pamiętam, jak przyjechałem do Belgradu w 90 roku, to nie spotkałem nikogo, kto by mówił dobrze o Gilasie.
I remember when I went to Belgrade in the 1990s, in 1990, nobody would speak well of Gilas.
A przecież Gilas był pierwszy, który wybrał drogę walki bez przemocy.
And he was the first one who opted for the non-violent fight.
Odrzucił całą nomenklaturę komunistyczną.
He rejected the entire communist nomenclature.
I odwołując się do własnego sumienia, zaczął dyktaturę krytykować.
And started to criticize dictatorship, referring to his own conscience.
I właściwie relacja między Gilasem a Tito to jest sztuka Szekspira.
And he could write a Shakespeare drama just covering the relationship between Gilas and Tito.
To były różne koncepcje odpowiedzialności.
There were two different takes on responsibility and accountability.
Tito był zdania, że musi trzymać twardą dyktaturę.
Tito was for strong dictatorship.
On miał przekonanie, kiedy się zbuntował przeciwko Stalinowi, że musi założyć Goli Otok. To był taki jugosławiański gułag.
He was sure that he was supposed to start his own gulags once he opposed Stalin.
I mówił, jeżeli aby tego nie zrobił, to cała Jugosławia to byłby gułag, gdyby wygrał Stalin.
And he would say that if he didn't do that, then the entire Yugoslavia would turn into one big gulag, provided that Stalin had won.
I to była jego koncepcja odpowiedzialności.
That was his take on accountability and responsibility.
A teraz mówił nie. To, co wy robicie, to jest okłamywanie ludzi. To jest zniewalanie ludzi. Wy mówicie o wyzwoleniu, a szykujecie im zniewolenie.
And what Gilas would say is, no, you shouldn't do that. What you do is essentially you lie to people, you imprison them instead of liberating them.
Ja o tym bardzo często myślę, kiedy porównuję dwie koncepcje odpowiedzialności intelektualisty u Sołżenicyna i u Sacharowa.
I think about it very often when I compare two different takes or notions of responsibility, the one by Solzhenitsyn, the intellectualist, and the Sakharov one.
Havel pokazał, że można w polityce być przyzwoitym człowiekiem.
What Havel did, he showed us that you can be a decent person even if you're a politician.
To było rzadkie.
It was a very rare thing.
Thank
yes, indeed. That's nice.
Thank you very much. I've spent about 25 years being an academic and 20 years being a politician, and have seen it from inside. And like all the other professions or things you could do, there are very different people who actually decide to be involved in politics. But I always believed that, especially in small countries, as many people as possible should take at least some time out of their lives to actually be politicians. And don't fool yourself. You guys are also politicians, only in the broader sense. You don't stand for elections, but you introduce new issues. Politics in the narrow sense, you cannot be as brave, I don't mean in political sense, but in the sense of needing votes, but you therefore get elected and stand in the elections and can come into a position to actually change something. However, I would like to introduce three concepts, and I will not explain a lot, and then if you want, you can come back to me for that. And these three concepts are, just briefly, that populism is new totalitarianism. I know there is my friend John Keane somewhere here who disagrees and thinks that it's new despotism. But I think it's new totalitarianism because it goes for the emotions. It actually goes for the feeling, in other words, for the entire person. It has this same how can I say, the same adulation of the leader, same combination of self-pity and self-righteousness. It also has this mushy sentimentality towards us, whoever us are, and cold indifference towards them. Them can be another nation, them can be immigrants, whoever. So I think it's closer to totalitarianism. The other thing is, how do voters react? The voters are not very interested in responsibility and accountability at the moment, although if you ask them directly, they would say yes, 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 but this is not what they vote on. They vote on one hand, this entertainment element, and on another level, they vote out of frustration and rage. And there they have a point, because they have gone through a period of political cynicism, of social disrespect, and of economic inequality. And my third point is that equality is such an important political concept, is such an important concept for democracy. Equality, of course, defined as political equality, has over time changed its content. And today, for instance, through social media, through prodding by populist leaders, you have people feeling much more competent in their opinion about vaccination, for instance, than about voter suppression. And if you look at the social media, there will be way more heated debate over vaccination than over voter suppression, meaning that political equality has been substituted with a fake concept of equality in knowledge, in competences, in things that you cannot be equal in order to sort of create a smokescreen so people wouldn't notice that in things that you can be equal in, you are not equal any longer.
All right. You now hinted at another concept that is closely linked to responsibility, and that's accountability. I mean, responsibility is an empty word without accountability. And for Václav Havel, it existed on two planes. One was the metaphysical plane. He had this concept of the record of the book in which all our deeds are inscribed and will one day be judged. He was not a very religious person, but this is a concept that appears in more than one religion. And then he believed in the accountability in this world, and not necessarily accountability for crimes or illegal acts committed, but political accountability. You try to do something, you don't succeed, you resign. I mean, as we know, he tried to fight the split of Czechoslovakia into two countries by arguing, debating, proposing, drafting legislation, etc., etc. He failed, and he felt duty-bound to resign because he failed politically. These days, something like this happens, the politicians will lawyer up, as they put it, and the next thing you know, you have this endless argument in courts and everywhere. I have a lot of respect for Israeli politics, because this is one country I know about where there is an emerging tradition of sending their prime ministers to jail after they finish in office. Whether this is worth following or not not, you know,
Us too.
Vesna.
Us too.
Yeah, okay, okay, I have another vote. So, but do the current legal and political systems in our country make accountability possible? I mean, is there a foolproof way, or at least a plausible way to you know, call our politicians to be accountable? I don't know. And this may be the question for you, Adam, first and foremost.
Ja bym bardzo chętnie kilku polityków w Polsce widział w więzieniu.
I would be more than happy to see a few Polish politicians in prison.
Ale nie dlatego, że są politykami, tylko dlatego, że popełnili przestępstwa.
But not simply because they're politicians, but because they actually committed crimes.
Na pytanie Miszy Żantowskiego nie ma dobrej odpowiedzi.
There's no good answer to your question.
Z jednej strony polityka nie może być logiką zemsty.
On one hand, politics cannot be a tool for revenge.
Jeżeli polityka się staje sposobem na rewanż, na odwet, na zemstę, to jest droga do unicestwienia demokracji, bo demokracja jest pluralizmem i dialogiem.
If politics becomes a tool for revenge, then it will annihilate democracy, because democracy is the place where pluralism and dialogue prevail.
Natomiast nie może być tak, że politycy to jest ta kasta ludzi wyjętych spod prawa.
But we cannot accept the reality where politicians are actually above law. They are a certain caste above law.
Jeżeli ty ukradniesz, czy ja ukradnę, to pójdziemy do więzienia. A politykom wolno kraść.
So if I steal something and you steal something, we go to jail. But what happens to them?
W moim kraju niedawno prezes Najwyższej Izby Kontroli został zdemaskowany, że jakimś gangsterom wynajął dom, który oni przekształcili w burdel.
It's not long ago that in Poland, the president of the Superior Control Regulatory Office was actually revealed. It was revealed that he was letting his own property, his own house, to a gangster group, which the group turned this house, his house, into a brothel.
Znaczy, czy to możliwe jest, żeby na czele najważniejszej instytucji kontrolującej innych stał notoryczny przestępca?
Is it at all possible to have a notorious criminal heading the most important control and regulatory office in the country?
Ja na to pytanie nie mam jasnej odpowiedzi.
Okay. So there's no clear answer to your question.
A ja jedno wiem na pewno, że jeżeli taki człowiek będzie stał na czele Ministerstwa Skarbu czy Najwyższej Izby Kontroli, to taki kraj będzie zdegenerowany. To państwo będzie chore.
But I know one thing for sure. If such people are heading, let's say, the Ministry of Treasury of the Supreme Control's Office in a country, then this country is absolute rubbish. It's the end for this country.
Dialog można prowadzić z kimś, kto jest gotów prowadzić dialog.
You can only have dialogue with somebody who is open to have a dialogue with you.
Ale jeżeli na moje argumenty on z kieszeni wyjmuje nóż, to koniec dialogu.
But if I present my arguments and the counterparty takes out a knife from their pocket, then that's the end of dialogue for me.
Albo jest to dialog z Miloszewiczem.
Or you are having a dialogue with Milosevic.
W Srebrenicy.
In Srebrenica.
Yep. If I may, I think accountability, the system we have created for politics to have accountability is simply, voters' right to vote and elect their representatives. So politics should be good, and politicians should behave in a good way. But unfortunately, maybe it's a strong word, now we have professional politicians, you see. Once there's a professional politicians, then the saying, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely kicks in. So the accountability, I think, if you cannot have partyless democracy, which the Tibetan democracy is, because no parties work for, party's interests, but it's individual politicians, rather member of parliament getting elected, and you serve your term. While you do that, it's case by case, you vote or you vote against. So there's a merit to it. Even if you cannot have that, to limit professional politicians, perhaps there should be a term limit. For president, 2 terms, prime minister, 2 terms. Even a member of parliament, after 2 terms, you must take 1-term break. Then you have a chance to get re-elected, right? So I think the term limit perhaps is the right way to go, because once the politicians become professional politicians, then you fall in wrong hands and you get influenced the wrong way. Because as Maya, the Prime Minister of Moldova, was saying, she said, there are some very capable judges and lawyers, but over time, they lost integrity and they became corrupt. Because the system made so. There was no accountability in the system. Perhaps term limit with a break might be a way to go forward. Maybe we have a minister from...
Another recipe. Well, one of my favorite Havel ideas is what he told a conference in Copenhagen in 1991. He said, when I became the president, I became suspicious to myself. And I so often think about this and think, if every politician told that to himself every morning when they get up, the world might be a better place.
You're right, but there are 2 things here. First, the business of running a country is a very serious business. And the problem with a lot of our countries, let's say new democracies, is that we also lack the other leg, so to speak, of government. And this is a professional, stable public administration. If you have a professional, quality public administration, politicians can change, come and go. They're the element of, let's say, accountability. But public administration is the element of continuity and of taking this business of running even a small country, taking this business seriously. Otherwise, it's really all entertainment. Because people come, they make, for instance, good campaign, they have great posters, their team is fantastic on social networks, and they get themselves elected. They have no clue what they should do. And this is a serious issue. This is really a serious problem. Again, if you have serious public administration, it doesn't matter so much. But if you don't, and I can tell you from personal experience, in a new democracy, let's say, like Croatia, being a minister is a hands-on job. You're actually doing something. You don't walk into your office and there are other people who knew from before or who know what you should do. You have to figure out how these things run, how they're done, what you should do. So, first of all, I would argue don't taint all the politicians with the same brush, because if you do, you will end with the worst. Because this is what the worst politicians are doing. They're trying to leave the impression that everybody is the same. So, the guy who is stealing, lying, misusing the government is the same as anybody else, and therefore you, dear citizens and the public, have no choice. So you can also elect me, who are, all these bad things. And this is why I think it's very important to distinguish. And another thing that, other point, if I may, and then I won't speak anymore, is that these modern totalitarians or dictators wannabes populists, as we call them, as an endearment, I would say. One thing that they're very keen on is to find a big divider for the society, to actually introduce something that would, turn you to them and us. And us can do no wrong, and them can do no right. And once this happened, you're cooked.
All right. I hate to interrupt this nice discussion, but I'm being reminded that our time is running short. Now, in the Václav Havel Library, we don't have too many rules, but we have one iron rule, and that's the audiences get to speak. So now is the time for all of you to comment, ask questions, criticize, bring new recipes.
While prepared for a question, not answering to her, but just to say that I've also been, in some way, the politician.
Yes,
I'm serving as the president of the Tibetan people. But the good thing of term limit, which I have, I'm in my second term. All the things that you want to do, you will do it based on what is just and what is right, because I don't have to worry about election. Yeah. If you're a professional politician, you constantly worry about your election rather than the service you have to provide to the people, So that's when you get trapped into other things.
Right. Now, I was also reminded that we're not handing mics to each other, we're throwing them at each other, so please.
So, hello, I will introduce myself. I'm Tatev Darjan from Armenia, and I will ask my question to my Armenian colleague here. So, in the light of the recent developments in Armenia, the Armenian revolution, I would like to know what kind of technique you will propose that the government and the people continue to be responsible to each other, because the government now owes its power to the people because it became government because of the people. So what do you think we can do as citizens to make sure that government is still responsible to its people? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Please,
and I will use this chance also somehow to address the previous question. So what we see as a pattern also for these totalitarian regimes, that this concept of accountability and any mechanism that is there to ensure the accountability is fully destroyed, because the aim of such kind of politicians or professional politicians is to protect the group interest or to protect the oligarch group interest, to preserve the power and to maintain in a power more than one time. So this is also the pattern that we were seeing in all the countries and in particular in Armenia. And what followed after the revolution in the country, which is something that we didn't even imagine before, the second president of the country currently is accused for abusing the power. But as we see, these rules were changed in a way that from the formal legal perspective now it's very much complicated, and sometimes it seems impossible to really establish justice and to hold this person accountable for all the wrongdoings. So what would be my message to the new government of the Republic of Armenia, to the citizens of the country? So for the decision makers and for the new government, I think we need fully to destroy this old style of institutions where the concept of accountability is lost, and to really restructure the state institutions in a way that transparency and accountability is ensured. Through the education, we need to put a lot of stress on young people, educating responsible citizens for the country. So when they exercise their right to vote and when they act as a citizens, they'll still preserve this concept of moral agents, taking care not only about their decisions for themselves, but also for any other member of society. So here, I think that we need to strengthen the concept of human rights. Equality is basis for that. When I act as a responsible citizen, I will not breach the rights of others, and through that concept also I take action to help my government accountable whatever there is for me as a citizen.
Thank you, Heiko. Throw the mic.
Igor Blažević, a question for Vesna. Vesna, you have mentioned how basically devastating it is when populists and other forces succeed in a polarizing society. What is your advice, let's say, for the societies which have still not entrenched themselves in along the polarization lines, but are moving in that direction? Let's say, what are the appropriate civic action? What is appropriate political action to counter this development?
Oh.
Huh?
I think we have to start by understanding what is happening. And this kind of discussion, I think, helps a great deal, even it sometimes might sound tedious, but I think we have to start with that. I think we also have to think of massive civic education, democracy, liberal democracy. And let's not kid ourselves. The populists have figured out what they can sell as democracy. They can sell winning elections as democracy, nothing else. If I won the elections, I can do whatever I want. We know that this is not democracy, but this has become acceptable. So, in a way, electoral victory without any values. And therefore, I think it's extremely important that you have sort of this mass civic education where people would figure out what they're entitled to in this system. Continuous programs of social inclusion, because one of the things that happened, the civil society in a way changed. You know, the LGBT, women's movements, all of these movements, which we call the civil society, were fighting for inclusion. Now you started having movements, white supremacists, racists, nationalists, that are actually fighting for social exclusion. I can only be happy with this society if these guys are not part of it. So we have to think of these strategies of social inclusion as part of party politics and state politics. I have some other things, but I can see that...
I'm afraid this will be the last question. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is John Keane. I wanted to make two remarks to the panel. One is that it surprised me that the problem that first surfaced with Machiavelli wasn't discussed, that responsibility also includes the problem of the relationship between means and ends. And that's true in civil society, and it's also true in, so to say, high politics. That is part of responsibility. But the second thing is, if there were animals in this room, they would be shocked that there was not one mention of something very big that Václav Havel contributed to, something very big that happened in my lifetime, which is that responsibility in matters of politics, in the definition of democracy, has come to include responsibility of humans to the non-human. And there are many, many interesting things going on, not only green parties, but declaration of areas of nature that have legal status. I wondered whether one of you might venture to say something about this growing sense, unfinished sense, of human responsibility and the need to represent the non-human in public affairs.
Well, maybe that will be for you to...
As a Buddhist, we believe in sentient beings, you know, so which includes human and animals, including plants. So that's part of our ethos. That's why I was talking about responsibility being not just human responsibility, but also universal responsibility. But clearly, in the case of Tibet, the Chinese leaders are, at the moment, not only not in, taking care of non-humans, but we, the Tibetan human beings, are repressed in Tibet. So perhaps the human leaders should be taught the Václav Havel philosophy of responsibility and be accountable for their actions towards Tibetan people and Uyghur people, as you see in Hong Kong. So I think that will be the test of leaders, you know. So perhaps, as a Buddhist, I agree with you, but the problem that we see in the world is human creating more problems for human beings. That we need to address quite urgently.
Now, it's a fascinating subject, and I think it would be worth having a panel at the next Forum 2000 about our responsibility for the non-human part of the world, or the lack thereof. But I'm afraid we will not have time for it today. And I was tasked by the organizer that we should carry away 3 lessons learned or points of wisdom or something from this discussion. So there were more than 3, but if I should go for 3, so one is that was your contribution on the importance of education in responsibility. Although you pointed at the you only live once mentality, and I'm very happy to say that many of the young people today in this country, in Hong Kong, in Western Balkans, where we presented a group of young people a Human Rights Award recently for their activities, do not have that mentality and actually criticize us for having that mentality. So there is some hope in that. The other is term limits. That's a very practical suggestion. I don't think it will solve all problems in politics, but it's a good start. So let's start from there. And the third one I take from Vesna is the need to transcend the perspective of us and them. And Václav Havel was a great model in that respect. In his speeches right after the Velvet Revolution, he often reminded us that it was not us, the revolutionaries, who now had it right, and them, the totalitarians who, you know, screwed it up, but that we were also a part, however small, of the system, and we all bore responsibility for what had happened and have to share that responsibility now. So on that note, thank you very much for this wonderful panel. Thank you, the audience, and thank the translator. Have a good afternoon.
Zdjęcie wszystkich panelistów teraz wspólne, na stojąco.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started. I'm Jamie Fly. I'm the president of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, originally from the US, but now based here in Prague. You may ask why the president of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is moderating this session. So we do surrogate journalism in 22 countries around the world, soon to be 23 next year when we relaunch our Hungarian service. And so the fate of democracy is incredibly important to us, and we believe that we contribute to democratic development through support for a free and independent media. So our panel today is entitled Running a Country According to Likes, which I think raises a number of interesting questions, including what do democratic societies expect from their political leaders in the modern era, whether short-term political decisions based on immediate feedback have started to corrode and undermine our democracy, and how political leaders are dealing with this new environment where they have tools to reach a broader number of their citizens in real time and also gauge reaction and what that's meant for responsible political leadership. And I'd like to use the conversation today to get into all those topics, as well as just some basic conversation about how technology itself is influencing democracy. We've seen technology contribute to revolutions, if you think of the Arab Spring. But now, and a lot of the conversation here at Forum 2000 this year is about how authoritarians are on the offensive, are using technology and other tools to their advantage to push back against democracy, and how many democratic societies, as they have a diverse set of tools to get news and information, are more easily manipulated and are, in some cases, becoming increasingly polarized, partly through technology. So we have a great group of panelists today to discuss these topics. Immediately to my right is Anna Lohrmann, who's Deputy Director of Varieties of Democracy, the VDEM Institute, and from Germany, but now based in Gothenburg, Sweden. To her right, we have Jan Zilanka, who's a professor of European politics at St. Antony's College at the University of Oxford. And then to my left, we have Josiah Ober, who's a professor of political science and classics at Stanford University in the US. So I believe Anna's the only person on the panel who actually has been a politician, so I thought I'd start with her. And Anna, get your thoughts about how deep is the problem with democracy right now? Is the problem really the kind of lack of political leadership and short-termism in our democratic objectives, or is something deeper going on, especially given what we've seen with authoritarians capitalizing on this moment?
Well, I think we indeed have a deep problem with democracy right now in the world, and that problem is called, or we call it, autocratization, and that is that elected leaders gradually undermine democratic rules when they are in power. We've seen this in Hungary. We see this to some extent in Poland, to dramatic extent in Turkey and in Russia. And this global trend of autocratization is something that is really worrisome, and I think that is very much linked to the major shifts in the media environment that we have seen in the last 10 years. You alluded to that I used to be a politician. I served my last term in the Bundestag until 2009, and when I left, there was no Twitter, or politicians didn't use Twitter, at least at that point in time. No Facebook, right? So I mean, it's only 10 years. I'm still quite a young person, but the whole way politics is done has shifted dramatically, and the important role of the media as an intermediary between citizens and politicians is eroding, is shifting, and that makes it very easy for populist leaders to manipulate the electorate.
Jan, I'm curious, given your work on especially the way that the EU and European governments have dealt with this challenge, do you think that Europe is somewhat uniquely susceptible to this backsliding? Obviously, there are other democracies in the world that are dealing with similar challenges. But is this really part a European phenomenon? And if so, what do European governments need to do differently, and what does the EU need to do to adapt to this new environment?
Europe invented democracy. So if democracy is in trouble in Europe, where would you expect to flourish? And of course, the problem is that the EU itself has a democracy problem. And you know, Ralph Dahrendorf used to joke, somebody who was a member of the European Commission, used to joke that EU wouldn't pass democracy test. It basically presents as conditions to those who want to achieve some assistance from the EU. So you know, all this became really tricky. But I don't think the problem is the situations of today. I think democracy was always in crisis since the Greek times, when there was different technology introduced, different modes of communication. And you know, we had different democracy in Athens. We had different democracy when print was invented. When radio and television was introduced, people also said, oh, this is the end of democracy. And now we have to get used to social networks. But it doesn't mean that democracy will die, because people always will demand a say in public decisions. And it would have to be organized one way or another because of grassroots pressure. And now the question is, what would replace the democracy we have of today? I mean, will the nation state will be still the basic unit of democracy, even if most of the problems this unit is supposed to solve are either local or transnational? And will national parliaments will be the major seat of democratic governance, even if the parties which select those members of parliament are basically artificial entities with no loyal support of voters, let alone members. Yeah? And so on. So various institutions of democracy probably would have to be changed. Only at the beginning. It is the irony of history that the only sort of movements, they don't call themselves even parties, who experiment with e-democracy are those who we call populists, you know, like Cinque Stelle or like Podemos, and the liberals are making fun of them. So we are in a very early stage. This adjustment is painful, and it manifests itself in a very, very simple way, that those voters who were loyal to liberal parties for some 3-4 decades decided to have enough, and they started to look for alternatives. These are not always nativist right-wing parties. There are some Greens, there are sometimes new movements, new parties, but they do not do what they used to do for many decades, to alternate between center-left and center-right. And so there is a problem. But the problem is not only in the vote. The problem, which is probably the most tricky, and here I finish, is that there is a breakdown of ideological consensus. Liberalism was a kind of hegemonic ideology which defined the notion of what is rational and absurd, what is normal and what is aberration. And now those new kids on the block introduce new notions of normality, and there is a problem with the adjustments. So it doesn't concern only issues of migrants or economics, it concerns even the way we dress, the way we talk, so it's a package, and with the package it's very difficult to grapple, because if it would be only of policy of inequality, we could focus and try to fix it. But this is much more about this, you know.
Josiah, do you share that assessment, given your historical work, that what we're going through now in many democratic societies is not all that different than some of the turbulence that democracies have experienced over time, and just we need some adaptation, democratic reform of democratic institutions, and we'll come out the other side okay?
Yeah, so I think one way to try to frame what's going on today is to look at the lens of history. My work has focused on ancient Greek democracy, especially in Athens. And we might just start out by asking an ancient Greek, what does the word mean? You guys made it up, you Greeks, so what do you mean by it? So do you mean just that the majority rules and the majority can do whatever it pleases? Whatever is the opinion of the many is the rule. And that's not what they meant. It's very clear that what the Greeks meant by demokratia, this word that gives us, Greek word that gives us our contemporary term, what they meant was the capacity of a citizenship, of a people, to do things, to make history, to make their own history. So the demos, the citizens, have the kratos, the capacity to do things. So what does it take then to do things if you're a large community? Many more than can get together face to face and talk things through. Well, what it requires, at least, is that you are able to deliver the things that every government must deliver if it is to exist as a government. And that's basic welfare and basic security. Without that, you have no government. Democracy will have no legitimacy. But there's a third thing that the ancient Greeks thought that democracy was at its core, and I think they were right, and that is democracy is anti-tyranny. And I really believe that there are only two possibilities. Either you have government by the people, or their representatives, but ultimately by the people, or you have government by a tyrant. The tyrant might be one individual, it might be a junta, a gang, but ultimately it's either the people or a tyrant. So that's the bottom line. So what do you need to have that people govern instead of a tyrant? And bottom line is you have to have freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, freedom to come together. And this is before you even have these as any kind of an idea of a right or a human right. This is just the baseline essential, what you cannot do democracy without. And then you have to have baseline equality. You have to have political equality. You have to have the idea that one citizen has the same weight in our decisions than every other citizen. Once again, it doesn't have to become a reified ideal. It's just a baseline condition without which there cannot be the rule of the people. So what happens when you have freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, equality of influence? You have to get together and make decisions. You have to do it ultimately by some kind of a vote, and you have to precede that vote by some kind of a deliberation. So how are you going to do that? Ultimately, you're going to have a way to listen to experts. There've got to be people who are acknowledged to know more about some topic than other people. But in the end, it has to be the decision of the people coming together, and therefore we have opinion. Opinion ultimately about whose expertise, whose idea about a policy is worth following. And because of that, in antiquity as today, we have this problem of the possibility of government by likes. somebody who is a spurious expert, but tremendously good at getting the attention of people. And we had the problem in antiquity of technology, of not the kind of technology we think about in Silicon Valley, not big data, but the kind of technology that was developed by people who were professional orators, professional sophists, teachers of the skills of rhetoric. They were really good at this, and their whole idea was, I can make you, a citizen, like what I like. I can cause you to desire what I want you to desire. I can get you to believe what I want you to believe. And I'm really, really good at this. So the question for democracy has always been, is the people going to be swept away by this kind of technology of liking and desiring and believing? Or will the people be able to find their own way to use what they know collectively to come to some kind of a decision? That's really the rub. It was in ancient Athens, it is today. The Athenians figured it out, we have to figure it out as well.
I think you raised a couple of interesting points, and picking up on Jan also talked about the collapse of the consensus. And in a lot of our societies, I'm thinking certainly of the US case, but I've seen it also here in European democracies, there's this sense amongst the public that the elites have, even when they've been voted into office or supported by the public, have not delivered for them. And so there's this disconnect where they've gotten that political support, and then the elites are perceived to fail, as having failed to deliver. So Anna, how do we overcome this elite masses divide that's emerged in many of our democracies? Especially, it's kind of ironically at a time when the elites can actually take the pulse of the masses much more easily than perhaps in the past, and on an ongoing, even minute-by-minute basis.
Well, I think, first of all, by making clear that there's not the elite. No? We had a very passionate speech this morning by the new Prime Minister of Moldova, and she made it very clear you can only improve politics if the good people decide to go into politics and become politicians, right? So the point is that our democratic system, the absence of tyranny, allows everyone to make their voice heard and to take the path of going into politics, assemble, associate, express their speech, and then become part of a new elite, if you wish, right? And I think it's very important to put this more center stage, particularly also in new democracies. I was just in Tunisia last week to observe the elections, and you can see still a high support for the idea of democracy, of voting. But we need to make it clear that if you want to have democracy, you need to have somebody who you can then elect and who represents you. Thus, you cannot say that all politicians and political parties are in one basket and corrupt, and you hit on them. So I think also we shouldn't really fall into this rhetorical trap that illiberal leaders, political leaders are now trying to do. But I think it's important to differentiate and to say, okay, you have maybe some political parties, some political leaders that you might not like. And here, particularly, I refer to, in the case of Europe, the representatives of the old catch-all parties, right? Like in the German case, CDU, SPD, who sort of, I think, over the last decades didn't really show enough leadership in the sense of standing for a clear and distinct program that voters could recognize. And this then laid the fertile ground for these, what you call, new kids on the block to rise and to say, hey, we stand for something completely different, vote for us and everything will be better, right? And in principle, there's nothing to say in a democracy against new parties arising. I mean, on the contrary, that's great. That's great about it. No, we can renew our political leadership without taking up weapons, right? If there are new grievances, new topics that the old leadership doesn't address, others can form political parties and come into office. That's a great thing. But the problem is if these new political actors are illiberal and question the very foundations of democracy that you said that the ancient Greece already pointed out, namely freedom of speech and freedom of association. And that is that then parties get voted, illiberal parties get voted into office that actually use this freedom to abolish freedom. This classical paradox of freedom. So I think this is the challenge where we stand. Not that there was some sort of a fatigue and new actors rising. I think it's great that if new parties come on the block and new actors, but they have to be on the grounds of the liberal orders. Otherwise, we cannot sustain democracy.
Jan, can you pick up on that? And I'm just curious about Josiah's point about just how to move towards consensus in our societies. And again, at the European context, I mean, are there any countries in Europe right now where you see them outside the norm here, that they're not following the trend of many of the frustration, apathy amongst voters and general support for the party options that they have and support for their leaders? Are there any success stories in Europe right now that you would point to?
Let me first start with what was said before about Athens. It is absolutely correct to say that democracy is the rule for the people, by the people. But the notions of the people has changed. Women got a vote only very recently. Usually, those who had access to democratic decisions were either nobles or people with certain wealth.
Not in Athens, yeah. Not wealth. That was the breakthrough. That's what made it democracy. Yeah.
So it's, and certainly ethnic minorities very often were excluded, and the whole notions of citizenship was, let's say, manipulated a little bit and still is. Yeah. So what I want to say is that the notions who has democratic rights is always subject to change. And usually those rights are not being given by enlightened government, they are being fought for. Otherwise, they are not being given. That is important because this happened not just this struggle for your citizens' right, or for instance of women, doesn't only represent the history of non-democratic countries. It happened in our democracies. We constantly were struggling for making democracy stronger. Now is the issue how you evaluate the success, democratic success. I somehow don't get thrilled by the narrative, that we are having now the choice between Europe of Viktor Orban or Emmanuel Macron. I mean, for me, both are populist, although of different types. I prefer Emmanuel Macron having consultations throughout the country and talking to people, but at the end of the day, he takes those decisions himself and he reinforces the positions of an elite or monarch who basically listen to people but then tries to do things for them. And the whole struggle is that people want the government not only to be for them with mixed results, but also by them. And the way to involve people in decision-making process is today at stake. And partly because those who are at decision-making table don't want others to to enter this room, but partly because these participatory forms of democracy, it's easier by nature to organize in local communities than national communities, let alone transnational communities. This is why it is so difficult in Europe to involve citizens in this decision-making, because this is a very transnational polity. And and the whole art is, as somebody who studied democracy know the name, Robert Dahl once described. This is the dilemma between participation and efficiency, because he wrote this beautiful piece in the early 90s when the Danish had to decide whether they will give more powers to Brussels. And he said, no, if you are a real democrat, you shouldn't give more powers to Brussels, because, of course, if government is about participation, the government in Brussels will be much further away from you than the government here in Copenhagen. It's obvious because of the distance and understanding of the local context. The problem is that if this government in Copenhagen has to cope with transnational problems and to deliver on democratic or electoral, if you wish, promises, it needs to have the weight to deal with those transnational corporations or with the climate change, right? And then it is not enough that the government is close to you, because it can be close, it can reflect your preferences, but it cannot do anything about this, because this government in Brussels is in a better position, theoretically, than the government in Copenhagen. So this is all about balancing those things. It's not always that you have one single way of fixing these two requirements. Yeah? But the trick is that we have broken this balance. We have in the European Union put too much emphasis on efficiency rather than participation. There's hardly any way except European elections for citizens to take part in those decisions. Most of this is not only done by governments, but in a very secretive ways. And I'm not even talking about shady relationship between commissions or members of the European Parliament with lobbyists. You know, this is one of the things I don't understand why they still are allowed to do this. But the institutions have become less efficient too. Because when we had financial crisis and then migration crisis, you can argue that those institutions actually made things worse rather than better. So we face both efficiency challenge and participation challenge. And none of those are being solved unless you believe that Mr. Erdogan will keep, our immigration problems far away from our shores. We will see how long.
Josiah, do you want to pick up on that? And especially, I'm curious about this notion of a responsible populism, essentially, the Macron version of populism, and whether you think that's truly possible in many of our societies.
Yeah, I think one of the real key problems that democracy has today is exactly this issue, that there's a sense by many people that they're simply not being represented by the government. They have no real participation, that government is happening some way, a long way from them, by people who aren't really worrying about their interests. And this leaves an opening for populists who say, I speak directly for you. I am you. I am the people. So that's the great lie of populism, is the leader claims to be the people and to speak for the people. But they say something that is attractive because they actually say, we matter. There is a we. There is a definable we, and that we matter, and that we shouldn't be pushed around by them, that they are tyrannizing now over us. So I think this is really the great challenge. I mean, as you say, how we get participation into a system without completely losing efficiency. And so I think this really is a problem of political communication. One of the real mistakes that modern-day democracies make is they fail to recognize the power of direct communication, of a politician, a leader, an expert, to an audience in a language that the audience can genuinely respond to, that they feel, that they believe. This is the opening that populists leap into, because you look at a populist and you find a great communicator. One might not like to admit it, but they are. They're really good. They jump on whatever the new technology is. Whether in the 1930s it was radio, whether in the 21st century it's Twitter. They're just good at it. They're good at speaking directly to a large audience. Democratic politicians have to find a way to do that, have to find a way to, in fact, be able to speak to a large audience in a way that the audience actually responds. Once again, we go back to classical antiquity. This is the key to the success of Athenian democracy. A mass audience, of course, much smaller than contemporary mass audiences, but in the tens of thousands of people listening to individuals who were in various ways elite, relatively well educated, relatively wealthy usually, who took leadership positions, but who spoke in a way that could directly reach their audience. And if they didn't speak in that way, they were rejected by the audience. Now, the danger is you get the ones who are only good at attracting the excitement of the audience. And that can happen. But over time, if you look at the history of ancient Athens, the Athenian people got better at actually judging their politicians. They actually learned that when they simply went with the guy who gave you the most attractive, the most seductive, the easiest answer. It usually went badly. Now, this is part of civic education. This was referenced in the last session as well. We have to recognize that at the core of civic education is actually communication between leaders and audiences, from audiences back to leaders, so that the people in leadership positions are actually listening to what audiences want. If we don't think about how to generate a more educated populace, then we're never going to solve these problems of at what level we're making decisions. And the education has to be about learning to read the messages that are coming from leadership to the mass audience, but once again, from the mass audience back to that leadership. The leadership has to develop an ear for what they're getting back. And I'm afraid in many cases, it's that tone deafness of elite leadership that has left the way open for contemporary populism.
I think one of the challenges, at least that I've seen in the US, is many political leaders, instead of using technology as a way to gauge responses, have decided to tune out a lot of the technological, especially social media platforms, because there's too much noise and there's so much corrosion of the debate, whether it's trolling, some supported from abroad, some indigenous who are pushing a certain agenda, private interest. So Anna, given your political work, I mean, what's your sense about how responsible political leaders can actually take the pulse of the public in a way without getting dragged into some of the worst aspects of our current social media culture?
Well, I think political leaders have no choice but to use social media, obviously. And then this is the way of social communication at the moment. And I totally agree with you that we have indeed a communication problem in democracies. And also at its heart, for me, populism is a rhetorical style, right? It's not an ideology. It is a way of speaking to people that grabs their attention and that makes them feel like the person that speaks to them is one of them, right? So and as such, as this rhetorical style, there's like normatively from a democratic perspective, there's no problem with populism because I mean it's basically a tool. It's a rhetorical style that can be used to gain support. When it becomes problematic is when it's married with authoritarian thoughts and with illiberal thoughts, and this is what we see a lot. In Europe these days, this is what we see in Trump also, right? And that's when it becomes problematic. So my advice to political leaders, to democratic political leaders, would actually be to study closely these populists, a bit like Macron has done, right? And think about, okay, what are the ways they communicate better than the more let's say, established political parties. What can we learn from them to also rejuvenate democracy? Because, I mean, as you pointed out, not everything is perfect, and I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. How social media, how, in general, tools of digitalizations can be used to improve democracy and to create new forums for a meaningful public deliberation online. And it's indeed still, I still don't understand why it's only populist or pirate parties that are using these kind of new tools to really engage in a meaningful conversation that is not just one way of, like, you know, the leader talking to an audience, but that it's really meaningful two-way and really brings the societal debate forward. I think there's much that needs to be done, and political leaders have the responsibility to use these tools in a responsible way, and also to fight for democracy. I mean, it's when I talk to people observing the election campaign in Sachsen now, in an eastern German state that just had elections that resulted in a very large vote share for the far-right AfD. They said that the party that ruled the state for almost 30 years, the CDU, basically did not really engage in election campaign, apart from its leader. Like the local supporters of this party were a bit paralyzed by this new challenge from the right and did not live up to it and develop new tools and new ways of engaging. So I think it's that the passion for democracy needs to be felt in every interaction with the citizens.
Jan, before you seem to indicate that I think you agree with Josiah that maybe the current moment is similar to previous phases we've gone through in democratic development, and that maybe technology is not kind of an aberration here. It's just the newest form of transformations that we've been through in the past. I mean, do you really think that's the case, given that, at least in some of the worst situations, I think we've actually seen social media actually corrode our politics. It's amplified extreme views on the fringes in a way that I think would have been difficult in the past using previous means of news and information sharing. And is actually, I think, now opens democracies to vulnerabilities in terms of either internal or external manipulation. We've certainly seen that in the US case in 2016, perhaps around the Brexit vote in the UK. Do you really think that the technological developments that are now so central to how we debate political issues are similar to previous new forms of technology?
Each technology creates new challenges, and we have to adjust to it. And each technology has some assets and downsides. It's very much how you handle this technology. There is no doubt that new technology has allowed alternative channels of communications to those which were controlled, basically, you can say, by intellectual elites or by people who actually finance those elites. I mean, newspapers, for instance. Why newspapers are now going out of fashion? Because there are alternative channels of communication. But, you know, and everybody laments the newspapers. They say, well, they were the fora of deliberate democracy, which televisions couldn't provide, and social networks even, perpetuate, even makes it worse. But you can look at newspapers from a different angle. You can look at newspapers and those editorial gatekeepers who wouldn't allow any alternative views to enter and who would basically brainwash the electorate to support ideas, interests, or parties which largely finance them, yeah? Because when I started to study media, the first things I realized that it's not only about journalists and audiences, but it's also about owners of the media. And if you don't talk about owners and business which comes out of the media, if you don't have a business model in the media, then you go under. But you can also say, so if you follow my logic, means that social networks open up the kind of controlled discourse and give other people opportunity to enter this discussion, to express this view, to communicate with each other. And of course, if you are one of those gatekeepers, you might not like it. And it is not only because of editors of certain newspapers or owners of those newspapers, it's also generational. You know, I mean, most of this communication through social media would be much easier if those parties would allow the younger people to enter into those parties to have the voice. I mean, we are talking here with one of the youngest MP in European history. But if she would be so happy in her role as MP, she would not desert politics for academia. But what I want to say, you know, but of course, you know, I once tried to establish the average age of membership of British Conservative Party. And I came with the number 72 years old. This includes a lot of Oxford students, so you can imagine. And somebody corrected me, no, it's not 79, it's 16. It's not 72, but 69 or so. But it just tells you what kind of parties we're talking about. America's a bit different because parties are different. But here we can talk about communication, means of communications for a long time. It's a very important topic. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't forget that it's not only the means communications that matters, but the message and the messenger. You see, because if you don't have a good product, you can market it as much as you want, but at the end, people will vote with their feet. They may once buy the product, but then very quickly they realize it doesn't work for them. So the message is important, but the messengers is important too, because not all messengers have credibility. Because, for instance, those politicians who has been for years denying that there is any inequality growing, or for years were denying that there is climate change going on. You know, now they run under the green, banner or try to convince that they are now going to support all these social measures which they thought unnecessary or even dangerous, but they don't have credibility. So it is not only the means of communications, but what you communicate and who does it. And I think all of those people who try to blame electorate for all the electoral kind of defeats, just should come down, look into the mirror, and try to see, do they have something for the electorate to provide them with the basic expectations, as you said, security, prosperity, and sense of justice? Do they have something? And second, do they have credibility actually to support what they claim? And my major problem is today not that those so-called populists are so brilliant, because you can say that Trump sends those tweets more regularly than anybody else, but is he so brilliant? I understand Polish. I wouldn't say that Kaczynski is so brilliant, or Viktor Orban. I mean, no. They are strong because the liberals are so weak.
I'm going to open it up in a minute and take your comments and questions, but just I do want to pick up on that and just to follow up. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit too much of a technology pessimist, but I think there's also a danger that the way that people expect in current social media culture to engage with their fellow citizens, the like culture that you know can immediately be segmented into a narrow group that cares about only a certain number of issues, view information that is custom tailored to be something that you know you're going to want to read. Over time, it has the effect of actually changing culture and changing our society, which then has an impact on how people view their place in their democracy. So, I mean, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think if a people or a citizenship, however you take it, subdivides into a group of sub-identities that imagine themselves as being unique, special, and irreconcilably hostile to the other identities within their community, then democracy is gone. The most you can hope for then is a kind of coalition politics in which you get enough of these groups forming some kind of a majority coalition to simply grind down the others, and you get majority tyranny of some sort or another, which at least by my definition is not democracy. It's something else and something much worse. So the question is, how do we push against that? And I think this is where we need really some new thinking about democratic institutions. We tend to think that the democratic institutions we have are just the ones we have. We've got constitutions, we've got political parties, we've got legislatures of various sorts. What we need are ways in which ordinary citizens can be brought together, at least on an occasional basis, at least some of them, to talk with one another face to face in a way that they actually have some time to understand what other citizens are saying and hear what the other side is concerned with. So this requires some new thinking. How can we do that? It has to be, in a sense, local. It can't be narrowly local. It has to bring local communities together with some kind of a larger national community. Frankly, this is exactly what happened in Athens at the end of the 6th century BC. It was a new form of mixing up the people, is what Aristotle says. I'm not going to try to go through a whole history lesson about how it works, but it brought together people in new kind of ways, allowed them to discuss genuinely salient questions, make important decisions for the whole of the community, did so choosing them by lottery and putting them together with fellow citizens, as I say, in a salient, actual, meaningful decision-making context. We've got to figure out some way to do that, to push against the idea that the only place you get your opinions, the only place you get your news, your understanding of the world is through the tweet of social media. And this is going to take some really, I think, bold new thought. It's possible to do. Democracy can reinvent itself, and it's going to have to reinvent itself in part at the level of thinking about how we can create new kind of institutions that create new possibilities for genuine interaction and pushing against the kind of short-termism as well as the kind of isolation into identity groups that seems to be dangerously the future if we don't do that.
I think we have time to bring in a few people from the audience with either questions or comments. So we'll start there, and I'll gather them, and then I'll turn back to the panel.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I would like to ask this question to all of you, and you all mentioned the benefits of the social networks to create a dialogue between people, but I think you are aware of the fact that this tends to create sort of social bubbles when people can circulate one opinion and sort of isolate themselves from one another. And I wanted to ask whether you consider this as a real threat, or do you think it's just a minor disadvantage to this completely new opportunities? Thank you.
And I think right behind you there. Yeah.
I believe in ancient Athens, the most popular politicians were regularly exiled as a matter of policy. Do you think it would help today's democracy if we simply exiled people who won elections?
Can you just repeat the tail end of that? Sorry.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah. The tail end was, well, without the front end doesn't make sense. In ancient Athens, the most popular politicians were regularly exiled as a matter of policy. Is that correct? I was just at the Athens Democracy Forum, that's what they told us there. Would it help today's democracy if we simply exiled the people who won elections?
Well, and let's over there.
Hello, I just wanted to follow up on the idea of a culture of democracy, because I think it was Sophocles who famously in one of the plays said, put in somebody's mouth the words that poetry was an education in democracy. And Greek theatre was clearly trying to problematize moral dilemmas, perhaps with a view to making active citizens think very hard about the choices they had to make in the assembly. The same people taking part in the plays as actually were also taking part in the assembly. So I was wanting to ask all the speakers really about whether, maybe we're looking at this in a slightly different, wrong way. Is there a culture of democracy which sustains democracy? And should we be thinking one stage back about what it is that embeds culture in each of our individual behaviors?
And maybe one final question over here, and then I'll turn back to the panel.
Hi, my name is Bjørn Husted. I'm a Dane living many years in the Czech Republic and comparing a little bit the two systems. And what I'm seeing, especially powerful as such in Scandinavia, where you see people getting engaged a lot more in democracy, I think, than here, is because they have a very, very strong local democracy. So people are getting the social, or say the citizen engagement is the key to the success. They are very much involved in the local level, and that means that they are also having a much higher respect for the people that continue on a higher level in politics, and therefore also ready to let them represent them, which means that it leaves very little room for any really populistic ideas, because the citizens are actually engaged in their communities, and they will raise their voice if they hear too much populistic stuff. So I think the key to the essence is really to get down to the basic roots and getting the local communities to function. This is also where the social media and the likes for that sake you could see an immediate impact on this if you first of all grow that segment.
It's a great set of comments and questions. So why don't we go in reverse order? And Josiah, I'll start with you. You can pick and choose which ones you briefly want to touch on, and then we'll wrap it up here in the next 5 minutes. So very short contributions from all of you.
Good. I have become more and more attached to the thought of that the Athenians were very wise in having the institution of ostracism. Once a year, you could have a choice of one individual, a prominent individual, that you can expel for a period of 10 years without otherwise harming the individual. You don't put them in prison, you just expel them. And you do so without a trial, simply because it is felt that that is the most dangerous person in your community. Aristotle thought this was a pretty harsh way to do things, but he said, it's a pretty efficient way to do things too. Culture, absolutely. We need to actually think about ways in which politics is not just going to the voting booth, but actually engaging in a life as a citizen. And once again, this is what ancient democracy was very good at. And it was good at the local level as well as at the national level. I think that's what we need to find ways to do that. And surely we've got enough inventiveness. We can do it. It's not that the Athenians were cleverer than we are, and it's not just that they had a smaller scale and therefore it was easier. We can do it, we just need to have the will to do it.
Jan?
I very much agree that democracy should start at the local level, because this is where participation is most meaningful. And this is where democracy of culture is possible for various reasons, because of identity and common experience. And the problem, of course, is how you replicate this on other levels which are important to solve problems which are not local. And here, my major problem is with the statism, with the obsessions of the state, nation state, which basically controls both local and transnational government. Because if you look at the European Union, who is at the decision-making table? These are only states. Some of them are clearly not democratic. Some of them are tiny. Some of them are bankrupt. If not, you wonder whether they are sovereign. What kind of state is Cyprus? Is anybody from Cyprus? If you would be from Cyprus, you would know what I mean. And at this decision-making table, there are no, for instance, large cities, which are much more vibrant democratic units, which deal with the most important problems we have on a daily basis, like hospitals, schools, migration, employment. They are not there. They don't have any access to decision-making and resources. And the worst even is on the global level, in the United Nations, or even look at G20. I mean, some of those peoples in G20 are not just autocrats, but gangsters. I'm not going to mention them. But you see, and these are the bodies which are running, which have monopoly on this transnational decision-making. And I'm totally appalled by that. And yet, somehow we cannot get out of this idea that somebody else is here, a proper polity and democratic unit to be included into the decision-making process. And I'm not talking about the idea like our late Tony Barber, that if the mayors would run the world, it would be all better. No, because mayors could be as bad as prime ministers. That's not the point. The point is about opening up system. Why don't we, for instance, create a second chamber of European Parliament with other bodies, with regional representatives, with municipal representatives, with maybe NGOs, maybe entrepreneurs, I don't know. But you see, try to experiment, to open up a little bit the system, to break the stalemate we found ourselves, and which is increasingly dysfunctional. So this is the major problem, that we somehow are unable to even say things which in other contexts we would find as obvious. Like we all agree, that cities are engines of modernizations, innovation also. But when you come to European politics, nobody talks about cities. Everybody agrees that local democracy is stronger than European democracy. But yet, where is the place for those people? So that is a paradox which we hopefully will overcome. But as I said, behind all institutional solutions, there are vested interests. And it is not so easy to break them. It's not just about intellectual paradigms, it's about political bargaining, if not struggle. And we know it from feminist movements. We know it now. You know, when I read how Greta Thunberg is being really totally squashed by politicians from all different orientations, not in Germany, but in other countries, I see how difficult it is, even for those seemingly innocent like Greta Thunberg, to get through vested interest, and it's unbelievable.
Brief final comments on?
Yes, I would like to talk to your point about the point that social media can actually split societies, right? And I think this is really one of actually the issue that worries me the most when it comes to the rise of social media and digitalization, because indeed it fosters a divide in society that we haven't seen to this extent, at least not in the more recent past. And because we get access mainly then to those and self-select into those communities that actually reconfirm what we think ourselves anyways, this makes it so difficult to have then respect for the political opponent. And I think this is really a key challenge that fosters polarization of society. And we know from all political theorists that we need some sort of a basic level of respect and of mutual trust in a society so that democracies can work, speaking of culture, right? So for me, it's really the #1 priority that we find ways to overcome these dividing function of social media, be it through online activities that bring people together and that show more objective news or news from the other side to everyone. And I'm also very encouraged by projects that bring people together matched on like that they actually have really different opinions to meet and discuss and to see that actually the world wouldn't end if the other side would win the elections.
Thanks for that, and I think we're over time. We've covered a lot of territory, discussed the importance of political leadership, the need to reinvigorate or transform democratic institutions, and technology's role in being part of the problem, but also a rather optimistic assessment from many in the panel about its potential role in bringing about some solutions. So with that, please join me in thanking Anna, Jan, and Josiah.
Good afternoon. I'm Sukjung Lee, who's going to moderate this Jofin Conversations. It's a very short conversation, just for 30 minutes. And we have two gentlemen to speak. On my right side, we have Professor Jens Peña, who is the director of Center on Global Economic Governance at Columbia University, CEPA. And on my left side, I have a deputy minister from Taiwan, Shizhen Xu, and who is actually a doctoral degree in political science. Okay, and we are going to discuss a collapsing global order. This title is rather became a sort of cliche. We are talking about collapsing international order or global order, but we have many dimensions, right? And you are economists and who has followed the global economic governance. And some may say that we have still a kind of the global economic system, IMF and World Bank and WTO, and institutionally they are still very valid and very strong. So just this tit for tat trade war between USA and China has been exaggerated. Maybe they realize they are just hurting each other's economy, and trade war may stop early next year. And also some people say that even this technology war between two giants has been exaggerated because if you just look at the global economy of today, there is so much interdependency. So it is almost impossible to separate the US-led global economy versus China-led global economy. And it's very different from the Cold War past, the Soviet economic bloc versus American, the Western bloc. So they say economically, this collapsing economic order may be exaggerated. At the same time, some people believe that the globalization has created so much negative backlash, and Britain is leaving European Union, so we are actually entering more new era based on economic nationalism. So how do you assess the economic order, whether it's collapsing or not? And if it's collapsing, can you provide evidence? And if it's collapsing, what kind of new economic order are we entering, please?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So obviously at a day-to-day level, the system is working and one is not noticing too much of a difference from day to day. But once you take a perspective of, let's say, the last 3 decades, and this conference is about that, we see a huge difference, right? In the 1990s, basically, what looked like was convergence to one system, broadly defined, Western sort of liberal type democracy with a regulated market economy. China was privatizing to a significant extent, Russia also, and countries around in the region here. So it looked like that kind of a system in various modalities was going to be the system, right? So the bipolar system was over and a unipolar, if you want, diversified system was in. Last 10 years have changed a lot. So first of all, China has grown dramatically fast for a dramatically long, unexpectedly long period of time economically. So it's a major power. China nowadays accounts for about 16% of world's production, okay? Europe about 22%, US about 24%, and at the rate at which it's proceeding, China is basically going to be a similar size economic bloc. At the same time, we see that there is a very diverse evolution in terms of political system. The convergence politically has stopped, ceased. There is divergence going on. China decided to go much more of a centralized political system. Western democracies and the market system have received a major shock through the financial crisis, the recession which has followed, right? So suddenly, the Western model is nowhere as appealing as it used to be economically, right? Russia is very good at disrupting the political aspect of the system in virtually any country in the world that it wants to do so. And so what we see is that the system, which still seemingly has the institutions and so on working, is now much more polarized. And the question that is really relevant is, are we entering a period where there is a new bipolar system and the Chinese model of fast economic growth with much less liberal system may be appealing to quite a lot of strong men leaders in various countries, right? While the Western system has, due to the inability to maintain the rate of economic growth, and of course the more recent challenge provided by Donald Trump and the administration, together with possibly escalating trade war, could lead to a major polarization. And notice that also if there should be a real trend towards protectionism, okay, then for the developing countries, the model of an export-led growth, which was the main model of how poor countries become rich, may no longer be feasible, right? So in an extreme, it could lead to a total change, not just in the case of US, China, etc. And so this is really, the future is very uncertain and could go one way or the other depending on what the major powers will do. And Europe is a very interesting case, one of the largest economies, not very unified as yet politically, even economically it's still not fully unified. And so to speak, right now it's playing, if I exaggerate slightly, a role of an innocent bystander, but it may not be able to do that much longer if the trade war escalates. Then it will sooner or later may be asked to choose where it is. And so that is another uncertainty as to where will this larger bloc go. Will it split? Will it splinter when it's asked to take sides? So in a way, we understand what's going on. We have data. We understand the underlying dynamics. But the future is very uncertain.
Yeah, everybody is talking about future is uncertain, but nobody is suggesting certain model of a future economy. So I'll get back to you later. What is a China model versus what is a Western model? Okay, let's go back to Asia Pacific region. And the Deputy Minister Xu, you are from the region where the American presence has been very strong, right? The peace and prosperity of the Asia Pacific region has been based on very strong defense commitment from the USA, and they have managed the region based on hub and spoke model, right? The alliance relationship with Japan, South Korea, and Philippines, and of course Taiwan is very special to USA, and also the USA ties with Australia. However, if you look at the kind of changes, quote unquote, the retrenchment of America from the region, some people say it's a little bit exaggerated. Maybe President Trump's approach to the alliance based on transactional approach, maybe tactical to get the financial support to let the US Army stay in the region. But somebody say maybe he may withdraw some US forces from the allied countries, as we have done in President Trump withdrew the US armies from the northern part of Syria, and that has invited invasion from Turkey to the Syrian borders. So how do you see whether this American presence in the Asia Pacific region has going to be changing, or is too much concern?
So I think you are talking mainly about military presence and geostrategic perspective. I don't see, from that perspective, I don't see US is retreating from the region. From the perspective of Taiwan, we are facing the everyday military threat from China, and merely in this year, we have witnessed 6 times of US battleship passing the Taiwan Straits. This is unprecedented in comparison with previous years. And also, there are also battleships from other countries also passing Taiwan Straits, including some European ones. And this is also unprecedented. So from this perspective, I would say not only US is not retreating from this region, other partners, other actors actually are joining the game, making the region more heated or more competitive strategically. Of course, I think a lot of these moves are responses to the assertive and aggressive postures made by China, not only across the Taiwan Straits, but also in the South China Sea and East China Sea, and further. So from that perspective, I think the Western Pacific and East Asia region has become strategically more competitive.
Okay. In actually America, in the previous Obama administration, there was a strategy called Pivot to Asia, right? And then there was no such regional strategy from Trump administration. But recently, they have been developing a kind of FOIP strategy and free and open Indo-Pacific strategy that was initially based on more military strategy. But now, if we read this year's report, they are talking about energy corporations and helping the infrastructure buildings and so forth. So I think there is a multiple dimension. However, it's more based on private sector initiative rather than the American government money. And also they rely on the cooperation with India, Japan, and Australia, and so forth. However, when I ask questions to my Asian friends, they are more cautious. Okay, so we are going to support the FOIP strategy in the region. However, we don't want to be perceived we are taking the side of USA over China. So their position is sometimes not clear. And what do you think about this, the region's respond to the rising US-China competition? Are they pushing to us too much to take a side, either of a side, and that is not desirable to many Asian countries?
Sometimes I think the perception that countries are being forced to take side is a little bit paranoid. Because coming back to the Indo-Pacific strategy itself, actually it contains 3 pillars: security, economy, and governance, which is actually about values, liberal democratic values. So when we say, those countries say they're forced to take side, what aspects are they talking about? Economically, we have to say the Belt and Road Initiative that contains a lot of projects in different countries. Sometimes these projects are also based on loans that the funding actually comes from either Asian Development Bank or World Bank, not necessarily China's national bank, but also a lot of projects are provided by China's domestic national banks. And most of the time, these projects are carried out by the SOEs from China. And a lot of these projects actually turned out to have bad quality. Mm-hmm. Some of them are white elephant projects. And more importantly, from time to time, it leaves debt burden to those countries. But the money comes very easily. It's mm-hmm. cheap money, easy money, but there's a package. There's a long-term impact. Whereas Indo-Pacific strategy, like you said, the US government and its partners, including Japan, Australia, cannot provide grant money or government money immediately. It relies on private sector money, so it takes time. However, usually the quality of the projects are much better, more reliable, but takes longer time. So it's up to those countries which side they want to choose. No one is pushing a gun at their heads to make the decision. However, on the value aspect, I think it's every country's own responsibility to make a choice which position they would like to take. And again, no one is forcing any country to make that choice. It's up to their own people and their own government.
Thank you. Professor Spagna, why we have to worry about so much of a BRI, of a Chinese initiative? From the perspective of developing countries, they need to build out infrastructure, they need money, they need investment from outside. But no country is willing to provide such a big, massive flow of investment. Why we have to concerned about the Chinese investment? Do you buy the argument of a debt trap of BRI?
I think that it really depends on the project, it depends on the country. The fact is that generally speaking, the Chinese projects come with fewer strings attached compared to the projects from the World Bank or private sector, where very often you have the OECD Convention on Anti-Corruption and so on. So the country has to fulfill many more conditions in order to get Western-type investment. The Chinese investment comes in easier and usually on terms that are more favorable. On the other hand, we have seen cases where the country gets indebted, cannot repay, and the creditor, in this case China or Chinese institution or enterprise, takes over, be it the port in Sri Lanka or some other cases in Africa. So there is obviously that element as well, and so one has to judge it case by case, because it really is case by case. It's interesting that in Europe, for instance, quite a few ports are being financed that way, be it Piraeus, now Trieste, in Portugal, even Rotterdam has Chinese investment in it. So very often key infrastructure projects are financed with the loans from China, one way or another.
You know, I read recently China is setting up the sort of international court inside China to deal with this kind of conflict derived from BRI and that kind of things. And there is a worry that China may write their own rules internationally. And is there a kind of initiative from World Bank and other European countries to make China become a more responsible donor? I read, for example, from European cases, Europe is going to introduce certain regulations and trying to make Chinese investment to Central and Eastern European countries to be more accountable and more transparent. So is there any move from the global economic institutions such as World Bank?
Yeah. There always has been that. So the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation, which is a private sector arm of the World Bank, always have had these rules and adjudication procedures. The World Trade Organization, of course, has its own adjudication procedure in case of disputes and so on. So those institutions are there, and yes, there is an attempt to make them be even more functional. The competition of the systems that we talked about earlier, and maybe I should stress that even more, that we are at a crossroads where there may be systemic competition. So, you know, like there was a systemic competition between the Soviet model and the Western model, there may be a systemic competition between a China-type model and a Western-type model, if you want. And so in that sense, the role of institutions is going to be important, and China is naturally pushing its own institutions because that is compatible with the model it has. And the question is to what extent it's going to be compatible broadly within the whole world, or to what extent, in fact, there is going to be a severe competition. And in a way, it depends whether the US-China conflict escalates and goes broader, or whether it stays at the level and perhaps even becomes contained.
Okay. And Deputy Minister Xu, you and I are from East Asia, where the quote-unquote developmental state model has been very successful in modernizing our countries, right? And then after the economic modernization and industrializations, we follow the steps of political liberalization, and Taiwan and South Korea became a consolidated democracy. Why China cannot follow that kind of steps? You know China well.
Well, when we talk about China, we have to distinguish between Chinese government and Chinese people. I think the current path that China is going through is a choice made by the Communist Party as a government. From the very beginning, I was a political scientist studying Chinese politics for many years. From the very beginning, I never assumed that the Chinese Communist Party is going to choose the similar path as Taiwan did. Because the way Chinese government develops its economy is what I call party-state capitalism. It's a capitalism allowing different economic actors to compete to a certain degree in the field that the party-state allows. However, the party-state at the same time makes sure that it has the upper hand and control over critical strategic sectors, and that can dominate the lower stream of the economy. And also at the same time, the state-owned enterprises played a very important role, not only in terms of controlling the critical sector of domestic economy, but also as a sector expanding to the world. Not to mention all those complaints that the United States government has been alleged to the Chinese economic behavior, like the theft of the property rights from other countries, and state subsidy to the enterprises, or coerced transfer of technology. All these may happen in some other countries, but this is different because all these are organized systematically by the state. So this is the model of party-state capitalism that cannot be copied in other countries. So from the very beginning, I believe the Chinese Communist Party is choosing a totally different path, seemingly very similar, also pursuing, so to speak, market economy, but there is always an element of state control. So as a consequence, I'm not surprised that the liberal democracy is not an outcome.
Professor Spaniard, Chinese model has been characterized as state capitalism, right? That the role of a state in economic sphere is very conspicuous. And they have many state companies which enjoy the state subsidies to compete better in the third markets. At the same time, we call Chinese model as an authoritarian capitalism because obviously it's based on one-party rule, and it doesn't have a kind of a liberal democracy model as a political system that has been usually combined to the capitalism, right? You think this model is sustainable and can be copied to other world?
So first, the sustainability. I think very few people expected China to be able to grow as fast economically for as long. It's been 40 years that China has grown at such a rapid rate that it basically went from a poor developing country to a country which a number of sectors is at the frontier, and in some cases it's making the frontier, right? Huawei being a good example of that. So it's no longer a developing country in the traditional sense. It has managed to do that with this particular, as you say, state capitalist or authoritarian, yet significantly market-based system, where the state ownership aspect is very important. So obviously that system has proved to be, at least for now, a workable one. Now, when you talk to the Chinese economists, you realize they do worry about the middle income trap, that country could stop growing and maybe go to a slow growth or a recession like Japan did over the last 30 years. So it is on their mind, and policymakers in China are worrying about it very much. But so far, they have really managed to maintain a fascinatingly fast rate of growth. The media often are full of headlines saying, slow down in China, right? But then you read it, it's from 6.5 to 6.4, or 6.2 to 6.1. It's still such a fast rate of growth. Even if you discount it and say it's only 5%, right? It's still just a huge challenge for the Western countries. So in that sense, it is true that number of policymakers and leaders who point to sort of wanting to have a more successful, perhaps strong authoritarian regime, see that as a possible model, right? If China can do it, why wouldn't we think that possibly we could do it, right? You have mild version. Singapore has had huge success, and it's a country which is a market economy, etc., but government has played a significant role, nowhere as strong as in China, but obviously there are degrees and different stages. So in that sense, I think it is becoming a model. And I would like to stress that also from a broader historical standpoint. We're seeing a rise of a new empire. This is becoming a new economic, political empire, right? And there is a more global sort of question. What happens to the existing powers when there is an inexorably growing, and for 40 years this has been the case, new political, economic power, right? And that's sort of the issue that's going to be dealt with here, and hopefully it's not a Thucydides trap.
Right. And some people say that we should worry less about the democracy, illiberal democracy of the Chinese model. We should worry more about the declining growth of the Chinese economy, because that is very, very detrimental to global economy. So I think it's very important for the rest of the world, especially for the leading countries, to engage with China for the better economic governance, for the sake of the world. I have only several minutes left, so let me invite some questions from the floor. You can raise your hand, and please. Do we have questions? No questions? Okay, if we don't, maybe I should wrap it up.
But can I answer your thing?
Sure.
I think that there is this political aspect and there is the economic aspect. If we, for the moment, hold the political aspect on the side and look at the economic, it's obviously the case that if big countries or economic units like China or the United States or Europe grow fast, it's beneficial for the whole world, right? So there is no doubt that, yes, China has been an important engine of growth for the whole world economy. The US, the second most important, the weaker one being Europe. So yes, in that sense, obviously it's beneficial. But then there is the question of the interaction between the authoritarian political system and the economic system.
Dr. Xu,
yes, I would like to echo that. I mean, it is a good thing that the Chinese economy can keep growing and also at the same time benefiting the rest of the world. However, we also have to be aware that the way Chinese grows its economy is paying a lot of cost. And who are paying the cost? Actually, it's Chinese people, including the environmental damage and the pollution and the low wage that has been sustained, and also the low cost of the land. All these, I think, has done a lot of damage to Chinese people themselves. This is first. Second, we must be aware that the way Chinese conduct its economy, particularly the SOEs in the global front, actually a lot of times it's not playing with a fair competition. A lot of this international bidding that the SOEs wins actually enjoys the subsidy from its national bank, and other countries cannot do that. The way Chinese government spends money, they don't have to be accountable to their taxpayers, but we do. So when we say China's economy keep growing can benefit the rest of the world, we have to be aware that there are people paying for the cost for that. And the rest of the world actually are also paying a cost for that because China is not playing fairly. So there is always this question whether we want China to keep growing like this, because the more it grows, the more damage it will cause to the international free trade economy.
Okay. Okay, so we discussed that the multiple dimension of global order, the economic governance, and some political and military challenges, and also this whether we should, how we can defend the democratic model from the alternative model, which is, we'll say, more authoritarian capitalist model. And I hope we can continue this kind of conversation to the future. And I'd like to thank Professor Spina and Deputy Minister Xu for speaking eloquently. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation today. At this moment, we were supposed to welcome Slovak President Zuzana Čaputová, who was supposed to give a closing speech of the day. Unfortunately, she excused herself because of health reasons yesterday, so this is the final moment of the program today. I would like to welcome you or invite you to for tomorrow, for the program tomorrow, which starts at 9:30, and we will have the pleasure of welcoming His All Holiness Patriarch Bartholomew, the leader of 300 million Orthodox Christians, who will start the day here in this room. So thank you, and see you tomorrow.